lots of love, love. Got lots of love, love. Got lots of love, love.
Feel my heart, it's beat tight. All my body's breathing, it's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Hello and welcome to the Kunoichi Kommotion EU Open Tier Bracket. We are so excited to get into the action. My name here is Spectrum. Joining me today is Toasty and I mean, I'm just so hyped.
I am hyped as well, Spectrian. We had to run back the LAN cast here, I suppose, for this Kunoichi tournament. It's going to be a great one. We've got 5 EU teams signed up for our EU Open bracket here, one of which is an NA team, but we don't talk about that. And then we've, of course, later on as well, for all you NA folks, we've got a massive amount of teams signed up for the NA Open and NA Rising as well. I think a total of 22 teams signed up between those two. Crazy stuff.
I mean, yeah, and so all those action is going to be on a little bit later and throughout the rest of this weekend. Of course, this is the first Kunoichi broadcast, the first Kunoichi tournament in Overwatch of the year, but should be many more coming down the pipeline. So, keep your eyes peeled, make sure to subscribe, follow the Twitch channel, the socials, all that kind of jazz. Just to keep a general idea of what's going to happen. But first up on the chopping block, we do, of course, have this, EU Open tier tournament that we've been speaking about. So only 5 teams, but the actual competition should be super close. We've got loads of great players. And the first of these is going to be Meta Girls.
Yeah, Meta Girls is one of the teams that's going to be playing this first match. The other one is Green Fortnite UK Drill version, which is a lovely team name. But we'll start off talking about Meta Girls here. They're a team with some players that we recognise. Some of them have gone to UK LANs before. Some of them we've casted very recently. Yep. And we have a mixed match of players from across EMEA sort of contenders and OWCS as well. So a lot of talent, I suppose, on this roster. Who do you think really sticks out to you here?
I mean, Amelia has recently made top 16 in OWCS, playing under Meta Boys, that sister roster. Of course, they have a super funky hero pool, known a lot for the Roadhog, the off-tanks in general. Not really a main tank player when push comes to shove, but super impactful whenever they're in the server. Sandpix, of course, a player that we're particularly familiar with, being, often going to these UK lands, but the rest of the roster as well. Nyanza, Mythical Frog, Seika, all fantastic in their own right. And, playing against them, and probably what we call maybe even the favorites of the tournament, right? We've got Green Fortnite UK Drill version.
Yeah, Green Fortnite UK Drill version, a cracked DPS line for this squad. I think X10 and Bun going to be a force to be reckoned with. We got Sniper, whose favorite hero is apparently Roadhog, which might make for an interesting matchup if we get the Roadhog mirror. I'm just saying.
That would be funky as hell. I'm kind of looking forward to it if we see it.
I mean, it's mostly been Orisa stuff in the meta, hasn't it? Yeah. Like Orisa, Sojin, Tracer. It's kind of been that for the past few months, to be honest. I think we're all getting kind of bored of it. Maybe we can see a Hog Mirror.
I see a week of Orisa. I'm already bored of it.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
how it is. But yeah, Green Fortnite UK Drill version. The same roster as Green Fortnite, but playing in EMEA, they've decided to change their name a little bit to differentiate. I can't lie, I don't think Toad's here particularly is a drill aficionado, but here we are anyway.
Yeah,
you're a Central C fan?
I'm not a Central C fan. I can't say I am. I'm not a fan of drill, but I am a fan of this UK drill version lineup. I think some names to recognise here. I think we're going to be seeing quite a close matchup as our first opening game here, Spectrian. I mean, two of the better teams in this tournament. I
mean, actually looking at the roster, obviously Halo's made Overwatch League before. Yeah. That's about as impressive a kind of checkmark you can really have in your name, but as well, last time we saw X10 play in the Kunoichi tournament, she absolutely took names playing Hitscan, I believe. Yeah. So, if the ping doesn't get to them, of course, X10's playing from Cambodia, the rest of them playing from a mix of the US and Canada, then they should, on paper, be able to sweep this tournament. But 150 milliseconds the difference between Meta Girls and UK Drill version. That's kind of the big difference maker here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be something I think Meta Girls have to capitalize on, is the fact that all of these players are NA and playing in this EU bracket. I believe they've signed up on the NA Open, haven't they, as well? So they're playing both tournaments. That could also lead to some endurance issues with having to deal with both time zones. So I think really the longer this tournament goes on, I think the weaker UK Drill version might get. But then Meta Girls, obviously, I think they could be quite a consistent roster, and I think that if they do make it to that, playoff bracket, I think we're going to be seeing them get stronger as time goes on.
Yeah, fully agree. Now, looking at what these teams are actually going to play, of course, we do have our map pool coming up for you. Going to be starting here on, I believe, Busan for our map 1 lockout, but of course, we kind of see the map pool here. Midtown, Eichenwalde, Paraiso, Hollywood. Colosseo, Esperanza, New Queen Street, no surprises here for push. Flashpoint as well, the same. So just remember, this is going to be first to 2 games here. Flashpoint only going to be necessary if we see a draw, so should just be control hybrid push. So we're going to play a first to 2 round robin stage. Each team is going to have a bye each round. And when we're done, then we're going to have 4 teams advance forward. The last one will have their tournament end here. And we can go into a double elimination bracket for the next day to kind of decide who our championship is. So that's the format. That's who's playing. We know where we're going to start on a Busan, of course.
Yeah.
And just really excited to hop into the action here.
Yeah, I think it's very crucial that we're actually going to get an elimination on the first day here out of this round robin bit. You know, only 4 of these teams are going to progress. 1 of them is going to go home. It's hard to say right now which one that's going to be. Every team has their own talents, their own strengths, their own weaknesses. But I think this opening game here will be really telling as to the standing of these 2 teams against each other. And we'll get more of an idea of the standings as that round robin goes along. I think on Busan as well, quite a flexible map in terms of what people are going to play. Granted, it will likely just be the Orisa, but we're probably looking at maybe some variants. Maybe someone whips out a Roadhog, who knows.
There's always room for improvisation, of course. I mean, when you do tune into the EMEA broadcast for WCS, a lot of the time they're maybe not playing as meta as maybe you could have hoped for. I mean, it was Meta Boys who was playing Roadhog Bastion, I believe, into Oye, who were also playing Torbjorn, Junkrat, like Wrecking Ball comps. Like,
It's
there's
like
a lot of
Australian contenders used to be.
We're like Australian contenders, but we have better hair.
What?
Anyway.
Okay, anyway. Yeah, we're going to be heading into the game pretty shortly here. I think we're just waiting on both teams being ready. But Busan, going to be very telling, I think, for this series. It is a first to 2, so whoever wins this first map is at just an amazing advantage already. You would need to, quote-unquote, reverse sweep if you wanted to pull it back from that. And I think taking this opening map will be good for confidence. It'll be good to show off what you can play on Busan as well. But also, if you just want to stick to the Orisa stuff, it'll show you where you match up in that Orisa mirror and potentially give each team something to work on going into the next map, because these Orisa mirrors can get very technical, very complicated, especially when it's been meta for so long.
Yeah, Orisa mirrors are very focused around what your DPS can eventually get done, how creative they are with their positioning.
Yeah.
You know, I think kind of the rest of your core, that kind of backline, your Orisa itself, the kind of focus is just not dying, not feeding, just not taking as much damage. Once you do that, then you give enough space, enough time for your Orisa, or your Sojourn, your Tracer, maybe an Echo if you're playing it, to really get a kill, find some sort of pick, an opening, an advantage that allows you to actually convert. So that's kind of how it's going to end up playing out. I would expect some very slow passive fights, maybe not as bad as some of the ones we've been seeing on, your Colosseums, your Esperanzas, where you have 2.5 minute deadlocks. I think that normally when we do see these Kunoichi tournaments, these players do have a little bit more of a killer instinct, as it were. So hopefully the kills should come in thick, fast, and exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the DPS line of Green Fortnite UK drill version, I think that's something we're going to be looking at is what X10 can do. Potentially playing the Sojin. It will come down to whichever team can get those Sojin pickoffs first. I mean, me and you were just watching OWCS moments ago, and it was just Kai getting kills here, there, and everywhere on the Sojin. Opening picks are what you need in this meta, and obviously there's ways to force those to happen. You need to position yourself. You need to sort of create kill boxes for yourself. But overall, I think that comes from playing very carefully and reading kind of ahead of time what your opponent's going to do. Until these teams get a read on each other, I think we're going to see some chaotic gameplay to start with.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, then Sojourn kills are almost entirely separate from the rest of the way you play the game.
Yeah.
You will kind of structure your gameplay around getting those headshots, yes, but when you're thinking about your fight plans and you're thinking about your ults, especially that you're going to invest, your Sojourn often finding a kill is much more of a secondary objective than anything else. That being said, if your Sojourn is just clicking heads and the opponent isn't, it's so hard for the remaining 4 members, to kind of overcome that kind of deficit. It's so tricky considering this is a kind of Sojourn hyper carry composition that you have to play. Tracer is going to be a little bit more passive to allow Sojourn that kind of space, those kind of resources. So, again, the kind of dichotomy between X10 and her counterpart are going to be probably the biggest deciding factor in our match today.
Yeah, I think the dynamic between the DPS there is crucial to mention. Like what the Sojourn does versus what the Tracer does. Tracer's oftentimes going to be there to be a cleanup crew to finish off and confirm kills. Your Sojourn can't always, like you say, be relied on to hit those headshots, and it shouldn't be a focal point in your fight plan. If you have a great Sojourn, for example, X10, then you'll be clicking heads. But it will as well depend on what meta girls do to play around that. You need to play very well positionally. You need to play very well with tempo when you get the chance, and prevent easy kills from coming through, because rookie mistakes are just going to lead to first picks, and then that snowballs into a team fight win, and you don't want that to happen against a DPS like X10.
Yeah, but on the other side of things as well, I have to admit Nyanza is not a player I have a crazy amount of experience with, so I'm still kind of looking to be surprised by what she can bring to the table.
Yeah.
Iridescent, though, riding the bench, I have seen her play before. I have always been super impressed, again, by what she has to bring, so possibly not available, possibly just, sitting in the wings if Nyanza maybe doesn't have the game of her life. But either way, the kind of depth of roster that meta girls have as well, so many substitutes, really does make me a little bit hopeful, right, about what they can bring to the table. Even if they decide that maybe the kind of play that Amelia brings, which is, peerless in its own right, isn't what they need, then they have Hitori on the bench, who's, still in OWCS, top 6, looking for more, with a matchup against Peace and Love later today. Like, that's so much depth of roster, and of course, Hitori's actual hero pool being much more dive-centric, those Winstons, those divas, really complements what Amelia can actually play. So, super deep roster on both these sides, actually. We're kind of running out of ways to hype this matchup, I feel like I just want to get into it.
Yeah, I just want to get this started as soon as possible. We are just waiting on a couple of issues from the teams. We're just waiting on, I believe, Green Fortnite. They've had a DC, so we can't really do much about that. But I think it is very crucial there. You mentioned the adaptability of this Meta Girls roster, right? That is going to be one of their strengths they should be playing into as they go forward in this tournament. If they need to adjust to different compositions, they have that option. If they need to even adjust just the playstyle with the composition they're playing, right? You can just play the Orisa and adapt your playstyle. So that's an option as well. But while we wait for these teams, we are going to be right back. Apologies for the wait, folks. We'll be back in a few.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the short wait there. Discord is deciding to have some issues, so we are going to be getting into the game very, very shortly. All players are ready, and we're ready to kick off the action on Busan here. Like we said, going to be a very dynamic matchup to begin with. I think we're going to be expecting a lot of DPS pop-off, at least for the starting map while the teams feel each other out.
Yeah, I think we're going to be starting here by the looks of things on Sanctuary. So super long sightlines going to be the name of the game. And of course, that means these Sojourns are going to be more impactful than ever. Green Fortnite UK drill version and Metago is going to open up our tournament and the doors unlock. We can begin to see, at least on our sides, what the players are hovering in the spawn rooms. And now we can see on the whole, of course, Venture is a possible pick. From both these sides, I believe, but whether they're strong or not going to be a different matter entirely. Bun going to be TPing out of spawn, and Iridescent is in for Meta Girls. Nyanza are going to be on the Tracer, so Iridescent, again, fantastic on the Sojourn. If Nyanza is a little bit more comfortable playing the more closer range FTPS roles, then we can be seeing some great results from Meta Girls. Going to be the Orisa as well for Green Fortnite, but the Widowmaker for X10 here.
Yeah, X10 locking the Widow instead of the Sojourn, so a lot more one-shot kill potential. You'd have to build it up across the fight. And the control of the sightlines here is going to be so important. It's going to make Metagirl so much more passive in terms of how they have to rotate, in terms of how they have to play into this Widow. Tracer duel right off the bat there. Nyanza just forcing them away, creating a little bit more space, but problem is Amelia and Iridescent are just under so much flack already. X10 finding a nice off angle. Almost finds the Kyrie of Santix there, who is also low on HP. And it looks like Green Fortnite take that as their go signal. They're managing to get some more presence on the point. Amelia barely staying alive, finally killed off by Simon Sientz. And then, yeah, Nyanza just going to try and get a couple of kills to exit here, but nothing could be done.
So the way this matchup is normally supposed to play is that Iridescent has much higher frontline damage, right? So in theory, Green Fortnite UK drill version should be losing this unless X10 finds a headshot. But X10 is just triple and quadruple dinking Amelia, who's constantly so low. I mean, 85% of the way to wall hack. The amount of value we're seeing out of this Widowmaker Toasty is unmatched, even if it isn't just the one-shots cross-map.
Yeah, I mean, who needs a Sojourn when you have a Widow that can just crank out these headshots? X10 already has the Infrasight online using that. Amelia, bit of staying power on the point here, trying to put pressure out on Simeon Science as that Kitsune rush in return from Anubis, trying to re-aggress. X10 with that kill onto Iridescent. Again, this is the thing. You're going to get these insta-kills onto the Sojourn before Iridescent can even get a rail.
I mean, Iridescent is just getting shut down time and time again because X10 is lobby admin mode right now. Amelia goes down to Pulse Bomb from Bun, and I would assume this is going to be a quick back from the Meta Girls. That they will do, but, you know, still hemorrhaging members as Nyanza hits the ground. Green Fortnite UK drill version right now, they're just in control so firmly. They show why they are to a lot of people in the tournament. Favorite Simeon Science. Again, another stagger kill onto Santic. Metagirls, again, have to wait for these respawns, and point percentage ticking up. Arguably, last fight territory here, ult's pretty significantly behind for Metagirls, then this could get rough for them.
Yeah, you really want that overclock online to have the same killing power the Widow of X10 has, but Metagirls are going to have to go in with everything else that they have, the support ults and this Terror Surge. You've got the beat early on here from Halo, trying to aggress Green Fortnite in. They managed to find Nyanza as well. Great kill there from Halo, protecting the back line. Good angle from Iridescent here, but with the Tracer down, you're not really controlling as many angles as you could. Bit of a flank angle here now from Iridescent as well, as Simeon Science uses that Terror Surge, almost finds Iridescent, finished off by Halo, getting 2 kills in that fight. Very crucial ones as well.
I'm super impressed consistently by the value that we're just seeing out of all of Green Fortnite. And, you know, on the flip side of things, it looks like the DKS, especially Metagirl, is really struggling to find any sort of egress. You know, we see this duel come through from Nyanza onto Halo, but the actual kill goes back the other way. Like, that is maybe a 1 in 10 chance. It just simply should not be happening. As well, I mean, Iridescent feels like is either going for super aggressive flanks or super passive sightlines. There's never any kind of middle ground, the kind that you'd like to see from your Sojourn, which is why she's kind of struggling to find any real bite from either the railguns or the SMG. Now, onto a more brawly point, might reward the fundamentals of Metagirls a little bit more if they do just play this kind of Orisa style in the frontline tradie way. Much less focus on the flanks here. Maybe that means X10 won't be able to find the same amount of value on the Widowmaker, but she's going to try it anyway.
Yeah, she's on the Widowmaker, Bun on the Tracer again. So again, it's a Sojourn versus Widow matchup. You just want to try and get a pick early on with the railgun here. There's no point stalling out a fight when X10's just going to get, slow value, but never mind. Iridescent finds X10, nice rail into primary fire there to get that kill. 4v5 now as Green Fortnite trying to get a couple more kills, but Iridescent as well finds Anubis. 2 crucial opening kills from the Sojourn there. That's exactly what you need.
I mean, welcome to Kunoichi Kommotion, Iridescent. It was quiet on the first sub-map, weren't it? But, you know, finally here on Mecha Base is allowed to find some impact and a double kill to open up a fight. That's a 3v5 that Metagirl is going to convert every damn day of the week. And first cap for them too. Now they can finally begin to get some progress on the objective.
They can build some angles here on the engage from Green Fortnite as well. Metagirls able to take off angles. Nyanza gets in there, finds X-Turn, who, you know, tried to swap over to the Cassidy, put some more pressure on Nyanza, but it doesn't matter because they win that duel anyway. Amelia goes very low in sort of the aftermath of this team fight, so Green Fortnite realizing they can still try and fight this, still try and hold on to the little space they have, because they have a Pulse, they have an Amp Matrix and a Terror Surge building up for this mid-fight here. They just need to force out cooldowns before they use any of those. It's going to be the Amp Matrix here from Anubis to try and get some space, and a bit of a flank here from Nyanza, not getting too much value, very passive at the minute. Pulse, okay, goes in. Anubis forced out the Immortality, but gets taken out by Amelia, and Metagirls again probably winning this team fight if that Terror Surge finds nothing, which, yeah, Simeon Science, bit of a Hail Mary there.
I can't imagine there's a world here where Metagirl's going to lose this fight. I mean, the sound barrier, cherry on top, maybe even a little bit of overkill, but at the end of the day, they have the win all the same. I think the reason we saw Nyanza kind of playing in that low area of the map for, you know, a little bit too long, perhaps, is she was waiting to punish any attempt to drop to the objective, especially from Bun. That would have given her a massive advantage in the Tracer duel, but that drop never came, and so instead, go out, overextends, takes care of Anubis, and battle once again on the choke.
Okay, got a Terror Surge in the choke here. Forces out the Immortality. Very good there. Santix still has that Suzu online as well. Beat comes in from Halo to try and re-aggress and turn the tide, but Amelia just stays strong, holds at the choke, manages to find another kill here. Yeah, nice overclock there from Iridescent as well for the cleanup. Not as impressive considering his cleanup, but I mean, Iridescent is getting kills. You love to see it.
Yeah, she is definitely warmed up now. Final kill comes through onto Halo. No chance of another touch. I believe I tell a lie. Bun is back, but at what cost? Yeah. Just another body onto the funeral pyre here. Green Fortnite dispatched. And Metagirls heads up 1-1. I mean, lovely work from Amelia there in the choke, right? Because even though it's possible for, I believe, Bun and Halo to actually get past the Orisa, firstly, there's no core there, so it's like a 4v2. Right, they're just simply not winning that, and also the amount of HP damage that they'd have to take to kind of disrespect the Orisa too, massively impactful. The Terror Surge, the Spear, the Javelin Spin, all that jazz is just working them time and time again. So Metagirls on Mecha Base are able to find some real value. Final decider here is going to be downtown though, because in a lot of ways downtown is going to be a little bit more similar to that first sub-map, right? In terms of the silence being a little bit more open, in terms of not having these super hard chokes of you. So in theory, this might favor Green Fortnite. XN's getting on the Cassidy, Anubis on the Baptiste. They want to play this more brawly, more frontline trading style. Metagirls need to control their angles. They need to get Sojourn picks, else they're going to really struggle here.
Yeah, I think the Cassidy is so much weaker than the Sojourn here in terms of the amount of one-shot kill potential you have. Sure, again, we said this in the pregame. You shouldn't rely on that, but Iridescent's been hitting the shots. You can't complain about that. And X10, again, under some pressure early on from Nyanza, unafraid to duel out this Cassidy. Iridescent gets a rotate around, finds a very nice angle there, almost takes down Halo, flying a bit too close to the sun. And Simeon Science stabilizing just a little bit as a drop comes through onto Amelia. The rest is dueling out on the front line while you've got a backline duel here between Nyanza and Bun. Almost gets taken down, has to recall away, but this slow fight is going to benefit Metagirls in the long run. You've got an overclock building up from Iridescent here, and the positioning is good. I mean, Metagirls are taking up the point as well.
That they are, and still a threatening fight for both sides. Window online from Anubis to put more pressure onto Metagirls to make them back at the point. They will come through, but at the end of the day, they stay alive. Simeon Science does not.
Yeah, really good kill there, and good target focus, bursting down the Orisa. Got a Kitsune rush here for the cleanup from Santix as the flip came through there from Green Fortnite. Nice one clip there comes through from Nyanza just to kill off that Baptiste. Almost dies to Halo on the Lucio. Oh, finds the boot, but either way, Iridescent avenges their fallen comrade, and it's back in Metagirls' favor.
11%, you sacrifice that for, you know, a full kite of the window and the fight win. Huge value, great disengage from Metagirls. Now 4 ults online to match the 4 check marks of Green Fortnite. The ult's going to be a little bit better just because of that overclock of Iridescent, especially if she can make it sing, then this should be a fight in significant advantage for Metagirls.
weird high noon, I have to say that. There wasn't really an amp speed to really help it out. Beats come through from both sides here. Seika's happy to just use that in retaliation as Iridescent has an overclock up. Terra Surge finds Halo as well, removing that speed boost from the fight. Amelia going crazy right now, finds 3 in the team fight, finally taken down. It's anyone's game right now, but Green Fortnite opting to disengage.
This battle still could go either way. I mean, expensive from both sides, but it looks like at the high rollers table, it was Metagirls who were feeling a little bit more lucky on the day. 80% on the objective. They want to wait for their respawns, so again, giving up percentage on the boards. Reinvestment, though, will have this Kitsune rush.
Yeah, Santic's gonna have this Kitsune rush coming up soon, but can you keep Amelia alive in the meantime, taking a lot of pressure from Simian Science? Kitsune comes through, now the reaggress onto the point. Simian Science backs off, Ant Matrix up, but Anubis taken down! Iridescent finds a lovely headshot coming through there. X10 falls as well, and Green Fortnite 1 by 1 dropping like flies. That engagement could have been theirs, but Metagirl's turning it around.
Yeah, I mean, Green Fortnite, but need to play as like almost a death ball, right, with this Baptiste, and just run at their opponents, take the space that they want. And what Metagirls are doing is the exact correct response, which is where you give the space, and okay, Bun touches the objective, gets taken down. It might just be it here, Toasty.
Yeah, you're gonna get like these touches here and there. You got a Doomfist coming in, you got a Lucio who can touch, but Halo's gonna fall to Seika there. Bit of a Lucio diff in the kill feed. Anubis does find Iridescent, but it doesn't matter. It's like a 1v4 there for Anubis and Simian Science, and that beat just comes through. And that is it. That's the first map. Metagirls coming out very strong. I mean, we were looking at Green Fortnite as a favourites, but Metagirls making it look good here.
Absolutely, and remember, this is only a first to format, Toasty,
Yeah.
So Metagirls 1-0 and 1 map away from upsetting what we would call the favourites here in a 3-map affair. I mean, again, I want to get back into this kind of matchup between this kind of Baptiste and this Kiriko, because the Kiriko, you know, with your teleportation, with your survivability, with your ability to, you know, heal things without aiming, with your healing offerer, really good at helping with your off-angle fights. You're really good at spreading, you're helping your Tracer, your Sojourn, as long as you don't need all that healing throughput that a Baptiste, gives you. Yeah. So Meth Girls want to just kite, they want to keep Amelia as high HP as possible without just giving her a full pocket. And if they can do that, then they're going to be super advantaged in the long fight, when Nyanza can get on a really strong angle, when Iridescent can find a Sojourn shot. So that's exactly what they're doing, and unfortunately Green Fortnite simply aren't finding kills quickly enough. They aren't just hard bullying Amelia as hard as maybe they could have. And because of that, they are kind of losing out these engagements. Again, it is super close, but it seems like without X10 just like going server lobby admin modes, then it's not maybe as impactful as maybe you would expect to see. So yeah, 1-0 here. Metagirls are in the lead, but I do also think that it's pretty close in between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty difficult as well to expect X10 to do all of the killing for you. You said this in the pre-game, it's quite unfair to really put all that pressure onto your Sojourn or your Cassidy or your Widow. When they were playing the Widow, though, it was fine, because you were getting those insta-kills, and even if there was kiting coming through there from Metagirls, it didn't matter, because you could catch them on the rotate, you could find a Widowmaker headshot, and just pump in body shots into Amelia, right? Forcing you to have to heal bot there. You were talking about how Santix doesn't want to have to do that. You want to have to take these off angles and really put in the damage with those kunais, as well as build up that Kitsune rush with just healing here and there. But if Santix has to heal bot, I think that's where the weakness of the composition shows, and that's something I think Green Fortnite need to take advantage of.
And I think it's something they were trying to do, especially in this Cassidy. But I mean, Amelia's just doing a great job of positioning well, and as well, being able to maneuver with that Lucio just to kind of hide, just kind of play this kind of peekaboo game is just fantastic of them. It got kind of most scary, I think, in that first fight of downtown, with all of Metagirls kind of forced onto these point angles. You notice that Green Fortnite have high ground, they have all the space in the map, but who was able to clutch it out was Metagirls, so super impressed by them. I think they're playing their macro well. I think their individuals, took them a little bit of time to heat up, and now are definitely in the server firing in all cylinders, and they look like really strong competition for the rest of this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were bigging up X10 and what they can do on the DPS, but look at Iridescent. I mean, they came out with a bang. Perhaps not on that first point there, but really warmed into it on the Sojourn. Maybe it was a side effect of X10 playing a hero that doesn't really pressure out that Sojin as much. It's more of that sort of close range. You want to maybe stun the Tracer with that magnetic grenade, that sort of playstyle. It doesn't provide as much killing power and threat then to Iridescent, who could then play more aggressive. But either way, you got to give kudos to Iridescent for hitting those shots in the first place, getting a lot of opening kills in the team fights, and some pretty good overclocks there as well.
Now, the ugly talk of what map is up next. Well, we see it right now. It looks like it's going to be Eichenwald, which, fair enough, makes sense. I think your other options being Paraíso, Midtown, and Hollywood. I would have either went for a Midtown or an Eichenwald. And I think Eichenwald is a little bit better if you're confident in your ability to scale in funky ways. I think that often Midtown can end up being literally just, can your hit scan kill 5 people?
Yep.
And not that, both these teams don't have faith in the hit scan, but I think this map is going to be a little bit more consistent with Eichenwalder, so I think it's a very fair pick. I think very likely it will be X10 again moving towards this Cassidy.
Yeah.
It looks like we do have some substitutes, though, in the server, at least some fresh names, as we now see XXX Crusader XX and XX Nerfus. Come on, guys, turn streamer mode off.
Yeah, that's interesting. We don't even know who these players are now. Like that is the funny part. Really. This could literally be just some random substitute. It could be an off roll. We don't know. But yeah, Crusader and Nerf this on the Orisa and Kiri here. So Green Fortnite, they've adapted using their roster to now play this Kiriko as opposed to the Baptiste.
And that's going to make them into a basically full mirror of what we've seen before. I would not expect Spun to roll up on this Ashe at all here. I would very much expect them to go back over to the Tracer. Yep. Very likely just going to be a Dynamite outer spawn. And see how that goes. Yeah, not even that. So, yeah, spawn swap, and then full mirror. Ooh. They just rate themselves in the 1v1 matchup. They decide that trying to really punish Emilia isn't the name of the game anymore. See how it plays out now. They want to take the full mirror matchup.
One Widow. Okay, over to the Genji. Oh no. Okay. Spectrean, I know you dislike the Genji.
I like Genji. I just don't think he's good. I think it is a little bit better again at shooting the Orisa. It just makes the opposing Tracer so free though. So Nyanza is going to have the full lay of the land here.
Yeah, Nyanza's. Oh, whoa, okay. Fun. A nice little dash shuriken into Nyanza there will be avenged by Iridescent, so 1 DPS down both sides. You're in a mirror matchup now with that Sojin versus Sojin. Going to be giving up a tick here are Girls, and I don't see why they did that. They could have held that, I think, in that 4v4, but they're going to wait for the respawners to come in. Emilia just trying to tap the point as much as they can. Crusader putting a lot of pressure down onto them, though. In fact, getting a lot of pressure themselves. Low HP taken down. Iridescent will falls, you lose your kill power, but it doesn't matter with no tank. Green Fortnite are all over the place there, disjointed, and these kills are going to be so much easier for Metagirls unless X10 finds the enemy tank. No touch there for Metagirls, and Green Fortnite with a blitzing attack there.
Fun just makes me eat my words there. I mean, in theory, your Tracer should be able to avoid or even win out the 1v1 with the Genji, just because you've got your recall, you've got so much mobility, you have full control over when and where you take engagements, right? But Bun's just the GOAT, I guess. So takes care of the Tracer, just the first domino to fall, and now Green Fortnite UK drill version looking to get some progress on the bot early. Note they aren't really fighting for caster control, just a Genji who's up here, and even that will drop quickly, so sideline advantage for the defenders.
Yeah, nice Terror Surge there to force everyone off the court, get some better angles, better positioning here for Metagirls as Bun taken down. Nice revenge kill there from Nyanza, with Emilia falling, that sound barrier helping to bolster Crusader in getting that kill, and now this Orisa just goes crazy. Nyanza looking to clutch up though, has found 2 kills so far, forces the Suzu there, but not able to make any more heroics happen by the looks of things to Seika and Santix fall.
Yeah, I mean, the Green Fortnite train is going to keep on going, burrowing deeper and deeper into the map of Eichenwalde. 4 minutes on the time bank too. I mean, this is so much time. That's the real scary thing here. I guess also advantage is in the favor of Metagirls. This overclock from Iridescent will have no answer and some very comfortable sightlines for it too, but will that be enough?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're relying on this sound barrier from Seika coming in at perfect time. Okay, nice boop away there, forcing Crusader's Terror Surge to get absolutely nothing, and Nyanza now finds X10. Iridescent with the overclock. Nerf list goes down, and that is exactly the team fight you wanted. Only one ult used, forcing out the Terror Surge, and it was a quick team fight, so now you have castle control.
and no sound barrier, no overcook as well for a UK drill version. They've just lost everything here. And while they aren't in a terrible spot, economically speaking, I mean, 60% of the way to the Kitsune having a Dragon Blade online is really not what you'd love to see. Seika almost definitely will be able to beat out this Dragon Blade, and Metagirls, again, sightline control, should be comfortable to convert at least one here.
The benefit of having a big time bank here is you can build these ults back up, right? You want to take a dry fight, maybe force out that sound barrier from Seika if you're Green Fortnite, and I think it's going to be hard to do that here with Metagirls playing so... Okay, slippery. I was going to say they're playing slippery, but X10 manages to catch Santix on the rotate out. Amelia under a lot of pressure now. Will Seika use the sound barrier? No, they'll let their teammate die, re-engage on second.
I mean, you might be able to get a re-engage here. Your Tracer dying last isn't really what you want to see here. But if nothing else, Seika will be the one to get onto the objective first. You lose your Kiriko, though, there is just no chance there. You don't have the sustain, so unless you can force a trade onto either the Orisa or the Kiriko yourself, it is basically GG's in that fight. Attempt to touch, will they be able to?
Oh, almost a C9 there as this Kitsune rush engage comes through, but
no,
forgets to dash. You have a dash key there.
No!
Oh! Boop comes through from Halo. What is going on here? A wasted Dragon Blade, a boop off. Nyanza finds a pulse to take down Halo, though. It is even right now, but X10 pops that overclock, finds their counterpart, and manages to flip the tides at the last minute. What a crazy series of events there, Spectrian.
I mean, we start with Bun's Dragon Blade being pulled and received a little bit prematurely, don't we, Toasty?
Yeah.
Boop right back onto Amelia, though, removes the Terror Surge from the equation, again, pretty forcefully. And it's an overclock that comes through from X10 to close out proceedings, 3 minutes, 20 seconds, as we head into the third and final point, the castle of Eichenwalde. But this still could go either way. Advantage to Green Fortnite here. They have a little bit more ult momentum too on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Green Fortnite in with the Terror Surge forces the lamp. But you jump out of it, Santix! Santix jumped out of the lamp there. Crazy stuff. I mean, Amelia tries to even it up with one of their own, but it doesn't matter. Nyanza goes down. Amelia's just scrounging for a health pack. Bun takes him out, and what a crazy team fight there for Metagirls. That went completely wrong.
Again, it sounds like it's going down there. No flex, but you don't have the sustain. Amelia has to scrounge for a health pack. As you mentioned, that mini's not going to survive you, and so we have to see a little bit more passive play from this Baptiste, who has been struggling here a little bit. Overclock online, pop as soon as it activated, but that's just going to force a disengage here from Green Fortnite.
Yeah, and Green Fortnite know they can just kite that overclock. That is now a wasted ult. You buy 15 seconds, and it's going to be a re-engage here from Green Fortnite. Once they can re-establish some angles, you really want X10 now in a neutral fight to be able to get a railgun headshot off. Kitsune Rush kind of like maybe build up an overclock or a blade going into this mid-fight, but we'll see what happens here as the engage comes through. Amelia under a lot of flak. Santix actually gets speared in the back there, so forced away, has to play a bit more passively. Nyanza taken down by Halo again. Halo's done this multiple times, getting that backline presence, and they just walk it through. They just get the cap. I mean, Halo's peel has been amazing.
And I think that's entirely true. I mean, it's consistently been the fight plan by the looks of things just to bully the backline of Metagirls, right? I mean, we saw them try and take care of Amelia and Matt Bond. Really didn't work out for them. But now they are putting a lot more pressure onto Seika and especially Santix. They are finding some more success, right? I mean, final fight, they realize that they've seen their opponents all out of ultimates. You normally would try and disengage there, wouldn't you? But, I mean, there is no more objective to give up. You have no more progress to siege. So instead, you have to fight in the Kitsune Rush. Your opponents shoot faster than you, heal more than you. There's not really much you can do but find a headshot. Unfortunately, none materializes. And so 2 minutes on the time back, a very successful Eichenwalde attack on their own map pick from Green Fortnite. And now Metagirls left scrambling for answers. Looks like the Kiriko once again going to be it.
Yeah, the Kiriko on both sides. I think we're expecting that. That's fine. I mean, this is the thing. Santix looked better on the Kiriko. The Baptiste, I think, is just not the pick for either of these teams. As well as the minor mistakes that we saw there from Metagirls, you know, getting booped off on second, jumping out of your own immortality field for Santix. These are just minor kind of micro mistakes that just keep on happening. If Metagirls clean up their play a little bit more, you could see them get a similar time bank on their attack here. It all comes down to how Santix plays this Kiriko. You want to play it aggro.
I think that's fair enough, and you also want to play split. You know, when you stick behind your Orisa, just play like a Baptiste, then you are going to lose out in the matchup. But if you can take strong angles, if you can get that damage in as well as the healing, then you'll find a lot more value. Again, Tracer into Genji. Nanza normally finding the worst end of that matchup on their defense. We'll see if the attack's any different.
Yo, okay, Meta Girls. Gonna have to wait on Nyanza getting back into the fight after a lovely spear from Sawhill there. They have turned off streamer mode, so we now know that Sawhill and Z-Man on green Fortnite. Risen goes down anyway to said player, Sawhill. Seika will find a boop onto Halo, actually. Just a bit of an exit kill. They have better spawns, though.
Yeah, if you can escape as Metagirls, then you will have a 5-on-4 here. Halo will be able to respawn quickly, that's true, but Metagirls have a window here. They have to exploit it, and that they will. Seika again with a frag.
Yeah, lovely stuff. 2 kills from Seika, but they unfortunately give away their life doing that. You lost your backline. Metagirls shouldn't even really fight this, but with Sawhill going down, maybe it's possible. How did that even happen? Aridison just catching them on the exit. Now Metagirls trying to put some presence onto the point. Amelia doing what they can with the lack of healing. And getting at least a tick here. X10 goes down late on in the fight, so no Sojin presence for the re-engage. Gonna get a Kitsune rush from Zedman, but there's no one really to capitalize on it. It's 2 backline players.
Yeah, it's a bold Kitsune rush at the best of times, but Amelia is low. B and Kitsune rush to keep her alive. This Orisa, right back into the action once topped up with HP. Halo falls. Terror Surge puts the pressure on us. Blade pops as well.
Yep, the Blade from Bun comes in, finds 3 there. Huge re-engage comes through from Bun, and turning the tide at 96.6% there.
That was such a long re-engage as well. I mean, multiple death cycles. But at the end of the day, once the ults have been able to charge up, right, then they are able to pop it. Remember, Bun, when that kind of fight started, was 70 to the Dragon Blade, but able to pop it last second. And, Green Fortnite still have ultimates to bring to bear. The same could not be said of Metagirls, at least until this overclock gets active.
Overclock up here for X10 going aggro. Looking to put some pressure onto Nyanza, who gets away with their life, and a bit of a wasted overclock here, but the damage onto Amelia is insane, and Aridison, maybe a bit too aggro with their own overclock, gets taken down straight away by Sawhill, and X10 doing a lot of work in that team fight, maybe not for the kills.
Spawn. I mean,
and that's a crazy kill at the end there.
I mean, silver lining here, you went 1 ult for 2, you two are in a positive scenario, but this is very much scraping the bottom of the barrel here. I mean, Kitsune Rush active for Z-Man, Fun closer and closer to another Dragon Blade. Remember what the last one did, and 1 minute left on the back. Yeah, they only have a tick left to garner, but still, on the back foot here most definitely is Metagirls. Almost no chance of equalizing their time back over Green Fortnite. They're going to have to try, though.
Well, it's going to be a Kitsune Rush to start it here. Zedman in, but X10 goes down. Can't capitalize on the Kitsune Rush. Very drawn out Terror Surge there, just trying to zone some space and give their team time to take down Sawhill. Bun falls to Seika there, so some good backline presence, some good peel, as Sawhill is now bullying the backline themselves, almost finds Seika there, but now Amelia's going to come back, almost find the kill onto Zedman. Sawhill goes down to a pulse, Zedman finally falls, and that'll be the cap.
In just a second at least.
In a
Objective
second,
is still being contested. Surely Halo will be dispatched. No chance surely of another recontest.
Surely.
Amelia makes it not so. Cap comes through. 3 minutes on the bank, but they will force a work for that one, Toasty. At the end of the day, this next fight might be a bit more of a gimme, though. Double support ults for them into just the Blade of Bun. This time with the beat to cancel it out should, in theory, be a hell of a lot blunter than its first and most flashy incarnation. X10 knocks low as well, and you notice Amelia set up in castle. They want to battle for the space.
They do, but problem with this beat is that I've seen some wild things happen to sound barriers. Okay, they're just not going to use it. I was going to say an Ajax might have happened, but Bun just finds 3. Blade, literally just the easiest 3k of your life there.
I don't really know what to say about that. Bun, again, it's just the GOAT.
Yeah.
Finds a 3k Dragon Blade out of nowhere. Metagirls can't seem to shut this player down whatsoever. And now, I mean, that's a minute gone. This is time that they are losing. They simply do not have to burn Toasty. They can re-engage here. This is going to be their best chance, but it has to be a good one.
Thing is, now you're free to use the sound barrier for something other than a blade, so you can use it for the overclock or the Kitsune Rush. X10 goes down, so no overclock in the fight. Aridison really getting the better of X10 in a few of these team fights, as Nyanza from the side ropes will force out that beat from Halo, putting so much pressure on the tank. There's a Kitsune Rush as well, lay it in from Zedman. Both supports on both sides have now been used. You're looking at Aridison's overclock to try and get something done here. The Terror Surge just to draw everyone in and get those kills. A big investment in that fight, though. 4 ultimates for Meta Girls.
They need to get fight wins, though, at this point. Time bank getting lower and lower for them. No matter what it costs them, they have to get the fight win. That's going to come to bite them in the behind in this latter stage, right? Where there's going to be an overclock and a Terror Surge they don't simply have an answer to. Nyanza has to find a stick here. Iridescent has to hit a rail, else I fear we will be going to a map 3.
Yeah, I think a map 3 is potentially on the cards here. Green Fortnite just need to keep their streak up here. Nyanza needs to come up big with this Pulse Bomb to prevent that, but Seika goes down. The overclock from X10 is huge once again. And now there's no speed boost, you can't really speed your Orisa or your Sojourn around, so Meta Girls just lose that fight. And now it will come down to this last fight in the last 30 seconds here.
Yeah, no ults online for a little bit, so if it comes through, then there's a window where Meta Girls aren't at a large disadvantage. You know, still have the position against them, but, you know, Bun closer and closer to this Dragon Blade, Z-Man as well, you know, on the horizon, all they Kitsune rush. If this fight goes long, then Green Fauna are just going to win out of the basis of their ultimates, and Bun has been fantastic with these Dragon Blades time and time again. If I'm Meth Girls, I have to be sweating bullets about what this Genji can do.
Yeah, Bun is a scary presence here, especially with that Kitsune rush on board as well. You combo those ults and you just get, not even a Dragon Blade, it's just a Saw Blade at that point. But we'll see what happens. We've got a touch onto the point here from Meta Girls as a drop comes through there from Soulhill to contest it. Halo goes down early. Nice kill from Iridescent. The Kitsune rush is in though. Amelia getting bullied around, but a nice Suzu to keep them alive there. Santix very well timed. Blade comes in. Kitsune rush in response. Seika will get taken down. Is now into the back line looking for the Kiri. TP's away. Santix staying alive and helping Amelia find that kill onto Zedman. What a clutch that was from Santix.
And it's all because Halo goes down in the end, right? Or in the beginning, rather.
Yeah.
Early pick onto the Lucio, 5-4, is a hard disadvantage to come back from, even with players of that capacity, even with ultimates popped. So Halo cruising into the last point. There is a recontest, and Meteor's one with the check marks.
Oh, Nyanza goes down. You're going to have to use this overclock to try and get this point cap through. Nice Terror Surge finds Bun in combination with the overclock now, putting a lot of pressure on X10 and Soulhill. But Amelia not able to do much against Soulhill, is just contesting the cart. Halo barely staying alive, draws a lot of attention. Santix finally finding the kill, and this potentially should be the cap. There we go. They can't touch in time. 1 minute 30 added. Meta Girls are still in it.
And they get the stagger kills as well, which means they can keep on pushing. Amelia possibly falls here. Iridescent instead finds a 3k, and Halo will keep moving. No, every player going to be sitting on the objective. They need all the pace that they can get, because already they're at a disadvantage. It will be a miracle if they finish with time, but it's one they're going to have to sorely pray for, because they need a chance to win this map, else we at least force a draw.
They need to win a quick fight here, and that shouldn't be too hard with a Kitsune rush and Pulse Bomb. Problem is, sound barrier, overclock, that's going to slow down the fight a lot here for Green Fortnite. X10 gets stunned, okay. Beat comes through just in time for Halo, but X10
nice.
falls. Bun finds Iridescent, both Sojourns out of the team fight. Santix getting that Kitsune rush off just in time, but is it enough to get this point cap to the end? It's getting pushed. They don't manage to touch, and they finally get it at the end there, but that was a lot of cart push for really no effort at all.
At the end of the day, it does mean that almost definitely we'll be going OT. A backup came through there, and I mean, I've left cast before because of C9s. I'll do it again. But no, Meta Girls are solidly on the back foot here. They have to stay alive. They have to stay kicking out of this choke, else a touch will be an impossibility. Terror Surge, close. Overclock 2 on the horizon, but it has to be these two ultimates that bring their open, that find their moment.
Look at this car. I mean, okay, backup comes through. Green Fortnite on the back foot. That's a crazy Terror Surge. Finds 3 within it, pulls them in. Z-Man goes down, Soulhill to follow. This Dragon Blade from Bun has to clutch up now. Santix almost gets taken down. Great TP, but finally falls. No backline is now in the play for Meta Girls, and that was a clutch blade from Bun to end this team fight off potentially. They've got the better spawners. Nyanza's going to throw in a pulse, but jumps away. X10 going to stay safe, and that is that. We're going to a map 3 here, Spectria.
That we are. Green Fortnite pressed and clutched against more than a couple times, but in the end they do come out victorious.
Yeah.
In that final fight there, I mean, it's just close to spawns. That's the real difference maker, right? Positional advantage as well, yes. But it's just the spawns. You trade 1 for 1. You're back faster than they are because their spawns are just so damn far away. I mean, it's a London Marathon, the distance.
Yeah.
And so that means that you just don't have the same level of, you know, kicking power in these engagements. So Uptime not there, and in the end, it was Green Fortnite who were able to get that fight win. Even if they didn't, it would have been, 2 minutes to try and defend against a single tick, and that's historically not the results we've seen from Meta Girls before in the past. So Saw Hill and co are able to clutch it out there. That Dragon Blade still. Dude, this whole sequence was crazy.
The entire map was crazy. So many weird things happened. We had the boop, we had the blade that decided not to dash, we had Santix jumping out with her own immortality field, we had crazy blades from Bun on a map that, I wouldn't expect Genji to be played on. I would have expected the Tracer here. Maybe not on third, but on the first 2 points for sure. Bun, I think the MVP here for Green Fortnite.
Oh,
so many huge Dragon Blades, but also the neutral kills onto Nyanza.
That first one was still absolutely mind-boggling to me. I don't know how you find that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jamri just played a fantastic series, and Genji, maybe not a hero that's hard to carry on, but often you'll see some more flashy performances on maybe a Tracer or a Soldier.
Yeah.
But no, Bun, just the one running the lobby, the one whose name is on everybody's lips, when all is said and done. And so now we're 1-on-1, we're heading into Flashpoint next, and though Meta Girls have map choice, I mean, if I'm Bun, I'm still thinking that Genji's very playable no matter what they have up next.
I mean, Genji is playable on Flashpoint 100%. You have a lot of flank angles, you have a lot of off angles to take, and build up that Dragon Blade. And Dragon Blade is going to be very good in these tight, confined spaces where you have to be sort of near the point or contesting it to pressure out the opponent. If you just stand around, the Flashpoint's going to tick up. It ticks up faster than Control does. It ticks up faster than any other point in the game, right? So it's a case of you need to be on that point, putting in the point presence, and that's where your Dragon Blades are going to come through with the AoE damage.
And the pick has come through New Junk City will be the decider, and yeah, I think that does make sense. For me, the biggest kind of reason you'd go towards this rather than a Suravasa is because Genji is just so strong in Suravasa, because you have these kind of middle height high grounds that he controls so easily. You don't have to go through these long rotates that Tracer ever would do.
Yeah.
And so that gives him so much more parity, so much more ability to access the backline. Again, that's not the case here. So a Tracer going to be probably the stronger pick. I would very much expect to see a Tracer out of Meta Girls for Green Fortnite. They have an option. Genji's playable, perhaps, but it just depends on what Bun is comfortable on, what they elect to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious as to what we'll see here coming in as we have the hero picks. And that right there is going to be a TP out, and I'd imagine against your Tracer swap. So nothing we haven't seen before here from Green Fortnite UK Drill version. And it could be a mirror matchup, which Meta Girls, they managed to do okay on Busan, but I'm a bit scared if it comes down to this sort of Tracer versus Tracer. It really only went well for Meta Girls when you saw the Cassidy being played by X10.
Yeah, of course, no longer going to be out. So they are playing around these picks once again from X10, kind of giving up on these more traditional hit scans, these Widowmakers, your Cassidys, and back on the Sojourn. Some tech issues going through once again. It has been a little bit unlucky, but the way it always works is if you get all the tech issues away and finished in the beginning of the broadcast, there's none for the end, for the finale. And of course, we will have some finals, I believe, on Sunday. Possible Chef Bailey going to be bringing that action, so it should be super exciting for that.
Yeah, and hopefully we have no tech issues there, but that's not jinx it, Spectre.
We're the ones absorbing all the tech issues.
We're absorbing the tech issues and the pauses. Yeah, okay. We're like what is it? The crystals you get, like the
I was gonna say activated charcoal, but
the crystal energy where it
I'm
absorbs
not really
energy.
a crystal girly. So.
Well, I'm not a crystal girly either. I but like
you dabble.
I'm just saying.
Okay, I see. Well, heard it here first. We are the ones with the absorbing the negative energy. The bad juju is coming into us. And that means that it's going to be right as rain for every broadcast after this. Hopefully every round robin game after this as well.
Yeah. I mean, we have three, not 3 regions worth, but we have 3 tournaments worth. So, I mean, this right here is only the first round robin game of probably dozens to come, right? So we won't absorb all the tech issues. We can't guarantee that, guys. But come on, we're trying our best here. We're trying our best.
Yeah, no, I mean, this actual game has been super exciting to watch. I kind of was worried, right? After we saw that first sub-map, and it was just X10 swapping Widowmaker and just running at people.
Yeah.
It doesn't inspire confidence,
Yeah.
I mean, I think all the players on Meta Girls super great, super confident, but once you saw that, I was a little bit stressed out, but they're able to bring it back. They make it super competitive. They're able to take the map on Busan. And again, got a little bit awkward on Eichenwalder, but they may be able to almost finish it. So again, it's super competitive. Even though it looks like maybe one side more often than not, Green Fortnite has a bit of a leg up on it, then there's a reason we're still here on a map 3 and on Flashpoint. It really could go either way.
And it's not like both teams don't deserve to be in as map 3, I mean, Busan was an incredible display coming through from Metagirls. You had Iridescent really coming into their own on that Sojin. Problem is, I think Metagirls, and this is quite contrary to what we thought would happen, they've been quite one-dimensional. They've been playing Sojin Tracer, Orisa, Kiri Lucio, maybe playing that Baptiste. We've seen a few different styles from Green Fortnite. We've seen the Baptiste come through, X10 can play the Widowmaker and the Cass, and we can see that they're willing to adapt based on what the opponent is doing. For example, that Genji, it shouldn't technically win out against the Tracer, but with the way that Metagirls are playing it, for those rotates to play to kite, that Genji is much better at poking and prodding away and finding these insta-kill, dash-in, right-click, eliminations.
Yeah, I do think that it's still not a meta in general where you have room for a crazy amount of creativity. And if you're kind of comfortable playing your one kind of comp, then I think one of the great strengths about the Tracer Kiri Soj variant is that it's kind of always good. Yeah. It's all got good matchups into pretty much everything, so you don't need to swap. You can just change how you play your matchups a little bit. So I think it's kind of fair to say that while they are only playing one composition, I wouldn't describe them so much as one-dimensional. Just they're playing meta. This is what they choose to play. They're playing the meta. It's their tool of choice, and they're wielding it pretty effectively.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's bad. It's not like they're playing bad. It's not like the meta is bad, right? That's not. Sorry if I got misconstrued.
Absolutely.
It's just a case of, I think they need to adapt a little bit to what Green Fortnite are doing, both in playstyle and in composition. Anyway, TP's out here, come through. It's going to be a fight to just see who can get
Genji.
Control of these high grounds around the point. And the Genji, as we expected from Bun, a little bit late to the team fight here, but Metagirls, again, need to be careful of these sort of one-shot shuriken dash combos, with Amelia taking a lot of damage here early on, caught in the middle of everything. I mean, this is... that's an interesting kite coming through there. Bun almost gets caught out on the Genji, but with Seika going down, doesn't matter, Metagirls just lose that fight pretty quickly.
I mean, one of the things that we often saw playing a similar comp with, this but the Junker Queen instead, is that if a Sojin hits a railgun, Genji can just go for a dash melee and then find the kill 9 times out of 10. We see exactly that come through onto Seika. The Lucio falls over lightning fast, and Metagirls now on the outside looking in. More actual damage done by the Metagirls DPS line, but they just weren't able to live for long enough. So a bit of a backline gap coming through, at least in that first engagement. Genji on the defense, going to be pretty hard to unseat, but again, Nyanza should be free.
Well, we'll see here as Nyanza's had a bit of a struggle against Bun on the Genji thus far, and Bun almost up towards this blade already. X10 caught out on the Sojin, but Zedman and Bun immediately finding follow-up kills again. I mean, how does this keep happening where, Bun, Zedman, X10 just finding random kills out of nowhere? I mean, that was a bit of a clunky fight from that girls.
It could have been either way there, and Nyanza for a while had me believing that she could clutch out on the Tracer, but up to 75% here. Metagirl's super lucky to get 3 fights out of Arena, but this one is going to be laboured at the best of times.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at these ultimates for Green Fortnite. I mean, it's going to be hard to engage into this here as Terror Surge comes through. Amelia barely dodges it, goes for a Terror Surge of their own. Sawhill so low on HP, and Iridescent finds X10. Nyanza's Pulse Bomb is going to finish off Sawhill there, as it's a nice 3k coming through there for Nyanza, and it will be a flip, but on 99%. So now you've got a whole, maybe 2 or 3 fights.
Yeah, but you've got 2 or 3 fights to win with only a sound barrier. You spent 4 ultimates for that fight, and each of them did have a reason. Yeah, only 1 from Sawhill. You're very comfortable on this re-egress. If you are Green Fortnite, you can do pretty much anything. And Seika has to be so judicious with the sound barrier because she knows that if she puts it a step out of line, Halo will go in with the laser beat and find a pick. Walking low is Bun to tickle the objective dash out early, but no real advantage garnered for either side there.
I like that rotate, forcing the objective, not caring about these high grounds because you have the ultimates to really do something about it. Overtime's going to get procced here as the flip comes through. Seiko almost goes down there, needs to use his sound barrier now to re-aggress. I mean, the overclock forced that as well from X10, but now you've got a blade and a barrier coming through from Green Fortnite. Get in there, find Santix, another one comes through there into Iridescent as well. Bun again, another huge Dragon Blade on the re-attempt, and they will get this first point of Flashpoint.
Bun is actually just the reincarnation of Hacksaw right now. Just absolutely working the Genji. I mean,
I've not heard that in years.
I'm running out of ways to gas this player up. This is just ridiculous. But as it stands, again, it's Green Fortnite who are in the lead. Metigirls able to draw some blood on Arena, but not enough for the whole flashpoint. Re-engage for both these sides is going to be very dry, just the Pulsman active. So back to this kind of dry fight, but these are the fights that Green Fortnite have been winning out.
Look at that poke Amelia took on the way in. This is the problem. Santix doesn't really want to be heal botting Amelia. Trying to play as careful as they can, just build up some ults. Nyanza in the back. That Pulse Bomb finds nothing as now the Flashpoint is unlocked. It's going to be a battle on the point now as in Fortnite they back up a little bit, give up a tiny bit of space just to stabilize. They know they have a Kitsune rush coming up soon. Zedman needs to stay alive here. Nyanza's going to be a thorn in their side in that regard. Now the Kitsune rush comes through though, just in time. Sohail immediately goes aggro. Santix responds with one of their own, and Iridescent comes through with the overclock. Terra Surge finds Seika though. It's going to be one in response here from Amelia, but it's blocked out by that Javelin spin. It's crazy stuff happening. The ults all over the place right now, but Green Fortnite get the worst end of it with a bit of a weird beat at the end there from Halo.
Yeah, that's true, and Iridescent still finding these frags. Z-Man, that's an exit shot onto Amelia, but no cleanse, no problem at all for Nyanza. And what a deadlock, right? I mean, both these sides seem so happy just to sit there, you know, just trade damage back and forth until the ults are online, see who clutches out in that a little bit more explosive engagement. Yeah. And, you know, when the dust settles and all said and done, it is Metigirls who have first cap, and it is Metigirls who should, in theory, have the advantage into this next fight, if Seika at least can build the speeds.
Yeah, the beat is going to be important here for Seika. You need to sustain through a long fight because X10 has this overclock, and the more they save that, the worse it's going to get later on. It's going to get used on the engage here. What a huge pulse bomb! Nyanza finds the overclocking Sojin and Halo. A lovely 3k to clinch a fight right there.
And Nyanza, I would say he has been on the back foot for a lot of this series so far. I think Bun has been kind of getting the better of her. But this time, you absolutely could not say that. Double pulse bomb, primary fire onto the third. That is a fight win, basically solo from Nyanza. So fantastic from her. One fight territory now for Metigirls here on Bomb Flats. They should have this teed up to equalize here 1-on-1.
Yeah, 94% and counting. Seika. Sound barrier online. It's going to be very crucial, the timing of this. They should know that Bun has a blade, so using it this early, it's not the best. You got a Kitsune rush, re-engage, but no one touches! Green Fortnite give up a point there on Flashpoint because they forget to touch. They use a Kitsune rush as well in that fight, and now it's just going to be cleanup. I mean, it's going to be chaos all over the place. No one knows what's going on. Iridescent goes down there, so Green Fortnite, they're going to rotate towards this new Flashpoint. 20 seconds till it unlocks. Metigirls should have time to get there.
I do think that there was a deliberate attempt from Amelia to keep them off the objective. Santix dying here does mean that it's going to be first cap. I would assume Green Fortnite, but Nyanza gets a frag, and Terra Surge pop. They want to keep this action going.
This is crazy. I mean, Nyanza finds Zedman there, and the Flashpoint is unlocked. No one's actually on it. They're all fighting off of it as Nyanza finds two. What are you doing?
They're just deathmatching for the sake of it. It feels like nobody's on the objective. Still,
where are you going?
It's been unlocked. I guess the objective, just the long way around, but wanting to get caught out on that rotate. Still, nobody's even thought about getting a cap by the looks of things. They just want the positioning. They want a good position in the fight. Ults coming online for both these sides. I mean, the beat, the overclock so close to Green Fortnite. Metigirls need to get a quick fight win here, and they haven't found a pick us yet.
Yeah, I mean, Metigirls, they have, what, a Kitsune rush to work with against just the onslaught of ultimates here. They need kills over anything right now as they take down Sohail quite low. A beat comes through and a blade. Bun finding two. The backline goes down in one fell swoop, and Bun one shot Iridescent there. Huge stuff there, finding 4 of the 5 kills there for a team kill.
Bun stocks are actually at an all-time high right now. It feels like every single time there's a blade from them, it's just a 3k out of nowhere. Once again, yeah, it was an ult advantage fight for Green Fortnite, but great job dislodging Metigirls, who were set up there first. Takes a while to actually get onto Refinery. Once we do, it is Green Fortnite's, at least for now. Coming through once again is Metigirls, and no ults to their favor. Might just want to take a dry fight here, or at least a super slow one.
Oh! Starting kill comes through there, though, from Iridescent. Removes the Kiriko even after that Kitsune rush, I mean, X10 Bun go down. That is the best fight you could possibly get here for Metagirls. 0 ultimates used because you didn't have any, and you force out a Kitsune.
The only blemish is Nyanza going down there, and it won't matter at all in the end. I mean, if I'm Green Fortnite, I think it's a good fight plan, right? You recognize that Metagirls are close to ults, you want to go first, you want to use your own check marks to leverage that. But there's an off angle and a railgun from Iridescent that takes care of your Kiriko, and once that's down, again, you need to trade. You need to take care of Amelia or Santix. Neither falls, so Metagirls just win that fight.
Okay, beat comes through there from Seika, going aggro first. Yet again, we saw how this went for Green Fortnite, though, trying to engage first. Pulse Bomb goes in, Nyanza finds nothing, Sawmill very low, gets taken down, Iridescent traded out. Bun needs to clutch up once again here for Green Fortnite as X10 finds Seika. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but losing the Orisa is terrible here for Green Fortnite, and they're not going to have any staying power to keep this up. That kill, though, could be the turning point. Santix goes down. Zedman stays alive, even though Nyanza was putting so much pressure on as well. Amelia forced away. And what a flip. How does that happen?
X10 just rails 2 people. Z-Man takes care of a third with the melee and continues. It's just Deluso on the objective. That's going to be dispatched as well. A miracle retake comes through and miracle shots out of one of the best hit scans in the tournament. Green Fortnite are in control once again. And now it's Metagirls who have to scramble to get a touch.
They're not going to touch. They're going to rotate around to what they think the next flashpoint will be. I mean, there's only 2 options, and yeah, they give that up. I mean, that should have been Metagirls'. They were 4 ultimates against 1.
They just failed to clean up there. The attempt to clean up that final fight is just absolutely botched. It goes topsy-turvy. 2 railguns come through from X10, and at that point, they don't have the numbers advantage, they don't have the HP, they don't have the resources, the cooldowns, what have you, to actually take care of the final couple members. The Metagirls are going to be kicking themselves after that one, but it's here on Junkyard where they have to make their final stand.
Yeah, I mean, they have to win 2 flashpoints in a row here, and with Iridescent going down, it's going to make it so much harder for this team fight. The best they can hope for, force out an ultimate, go for a re-engage later on. Putting a lot of pressure on Zedman here, but X10 finds Seika, so no need to use any ults, and Green Fortnite will have 5 for the next fight.
Nothing really to analyze in that fight. X10 railguns 2 people, and the Metagirls can't really do much there. I do think the Green Fortnite, by the looks of things, did have some more complementary angles as long as they're willing to give control of the point. But that's kind of it once again. I mean, you look at the checkmark scenario now, Toasty, and I mean, almost everything's coming online. 3 for Metagirls, 2 more if they want to play a slow fight. Green Fortnite have all 5 here. No way X10 doesn't charge into this overclock before she wants it.
Well, gonna be a beat, a blade coming through. This is a signature for Green Fortnite as they try and get a kill out of it. Nothing gained though. Bun almost taken down here. Iridescent's overclock doing a good job, but Halo finds Seika. X10 on Santix as well, so that is the backline down. I mean, again, Nyanza finds just an exit kill here. I'm not sure if investing the pulse was even a good idea there though.
I mean, if Nyanza finds another one there, then it's clutchable. Yeah. But as it stands, I mean, Green Fortnite have more ultimates to leverage when they want it. And Metagirls still building into their final check marks. Last fight territory, 20% left to go. Sawhill's back on the Doomfist to allow a quicker recontest, but Overclock, Kitsune Rush, simply unanswered.
Yeah, it is a beat mid-fight here for Metagirls. That is all you're relying on. And Amelia gets onto the point, trying to put some staying power in. It's going to be quite easy against the Doomfist, actually. Sawhill almost goes down. Kitsune Rush in. Everyone's low on Green Fortnite as Iridescent finds X10. Whoa. Bun? Sawhill? What? They just re-engage onto the backline. So much pressure on there, finding 3 kills in, what, a split second? And Green Fortnite managed to clutch that fight up at the last minute, and they will take the series.
Whew, what a way to get this tournament started.
What a match.
I mean, every single map came down to the wire. Though Green Fortnite did feel like they had the lead most times. Metagirls put up a fantastic fight, but at the end of the day, who else but Bun? Who just absolutely works them. Every Dragon Blade, fantastic. Primary Fires too on the Genji, just great for the HP trades. I mean, that's just filthy. There's nothing else you can say about that. There's nothing else you can say about that. Bun just ran the lobby.
Yeah, Bun is my city. We're saying that, okay? Like, Metagirls had a good start here on Busan, but I think as soon as you whip out that Bun Genji, the playstyle was something Metagirls were not expecting, nor prepared to adapt to. We had some crazy mistakes come out which cost them a few fights on this Eichenwalder defense as well, and that kind of had a knock-on effect. So it's clear to see where they went wrong in the series, and going into their future series in this round robin, they got a few more games to play, 3 more in fact. They're going to have to adapt these tiny little mistakes, and perhaps some of the macro play as well in terms of how they're dealing with the pressure that a Genji could put to them.
And I feel that Xen was, somewhat absent, after she left the Widowmaker, the Cassie that we saw on that first point of Busan. But that all changes there in the last half of Flashpoint. I mean, that clutch up on Refinery, first and foremost, I mean, that's ridiculous. That should never happen. But as well, when we actually head onto Junkyard, just finding the opening 2 kills once again, basically no resources, just headshots 2 people. That's all you can ask and more out of your Sojin. So, had some quiet stages in the series, yes, but steps up in a huge way, and one of the big reasons as well why Green Fortnite are able to get the win. I mean, 150 ping, Toasty? No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Metagirls technically should have been at the mechanical advantage. They had the less ping. They are the EU players, but Green Fortnite perhaps showing some of the USA and Canada pride there, bringing it to the EU folks. And honestly, I can't say it's an unexpected result for the match. I love how close it was for the result, though, to be honest. A 2-1, that doesn't even describe how close it was, right? Every single map within that was so close. There were fights where there was tiny micro plays that decide the whole thing, and each map was a very, very climactic finish. I do like that. Very good series there from both teams, and I think going ahead, want to keep our eye on these 2.
Oh, most definitely. I feel like, to be honest, if we were playing, a later map in the tournament, if we were playing, for example, a best of 5, even a best of 7, it would continue to be close further and further on. But, of course, just the first of 2 for us. 3 more through today. And if they continue like this, I feel like I'm a bit worried for our voices here.
Yeah.
Going to go to a short break. When we're back, we'll have our second round robin match of the day. You guys don't want to miss this.
Name straight, new wave.
crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Welcome back to the second match of our EU bracket of Kunoichi Kommotion. This is going to be another banger here, I think, Spectrion. We got Oyas versus the Chillionaires, which is quite a creative name. I do like this matchup. I know a few of these players, actually, compared to the last team. We'll have a look at the Chillionaires lined up first here going in. They've got Eve and Fiery on the support, Monarch tank, and then Kuna and Sheep on the DPS. What do we know about these players, Spectrion?
Not a crazy amount. I see occasionally them around in various tournaments, Twitter, what have you, but never really had a chance to take a proper sit down and look at what they actually want to play. So I think I'm kind of sitting here watching and going to be a bit of an unknown quantity for us, actually. I mean, I see on their team sheets they all are possibly American, so again, another team on ping. We'll see if that's going to be, again, a disadvantage, or if they can find the dubs like their NA siblings we've just previously seen, and of course, playing up against them, going to be Oyas.
Yeah, Oyas here is going to be, I think, the team that I'm excited to see. We got Sabatabi here on the DPS, who I recognize from various Kunoichi past tournaments, as well as even women and non-binary tournaments before that. And we've of course got Karma on the tank, you've got Afi on the DPS, and then Noya and Adrenalinda on the support. These are players that have been in the scene for quite a while in these Kunoichi and women non-binary tournaments. So I think we are looking at a team that know each other pretty well, a team that has been around the block and sort of knows what they're doing. I think we've got sort of an underdog story here for Chillionaire's side.
I partially agree, but also it is kind of worth thinking that Oyas have made changes pretty recently, right? I mean, They have a lot of playtime with the Dong in, and while they are on the roster, they will currently be on the bench for now, so probably won't see that Torion, at least here on map 1. Sabatabi has been around this roster for, yonks, absolutely years now, it feels like. But, I mean, as well, they're normally starting with Bull and Danny, I believe, on the Wrecking Ball on the tank line, if my memory serves at least. And on the back line, then Noyas and Adrenalinda have been around as well, but they were, at least for a while, playing with a flex bot by the name of Envy for Stage 2. So some changes. We'll see if that kind of leads towards some maybe awkwardness, as they adapt towards this new tournament, or if they just hit the ground running and, as you mentioned, are probably the team that we would favor here and able to take the victory. Map pool still the same. I'm going to take a quick look at that just to refresh ourselves, but going to be starting on a new map today, going to be Oasis. That is going to be the first battleground of these two sides.
Yeah, no one really opting for Samoa, no one opting for Nepal just yet. I think that's a wise decision. Stick to what you know. Samoa's a relatively new map, so we won't be seeing that. With Oasis, I think this is just going to be Orisa stuff. I don't think you're expecting.
We're playing
much.
Oyas. Are they going to play Orisa? No, they're not going to play Orisa.
Well, I mean, okay, we'll see. We'll see Chillionez playing the
yeah,
Orisa,
most likely, yeah.
What do you think we'll see from Oyas then?
I think we're going to see a composition that is going to make God himself cry. In all seriousness, though, I love watching Oyas. I love watching their brother team as well, Oya. It's really just peak nonsense. These are comps that have had a lot of thought put into them, a lot of theory going into how they play, and also have absolutely nothing to do with the meta. These are not always one tricks, yes, but they are serial healer specialists, and that leads to only the most entertaining games of Overwatch.
Yeah, we are going to see quite an entertaining game here if that is the case. Probably expecting to see maybe not that Orisa mirror that we saw last game. Of course, last game was a very intense Orisa mirror. I think a break from that would be much appreciated. Maybe see some, like you say, that wrecking ball. And we've been hinting at this already. Maybe a Roadhog. I don't know.
If I see Roadhog into Orisa, then firstly, that sounds so painful for the Roadhog.
Yeah.
Secondly, that'd be entertaining as all hell. So excited to see what Karma especially looks into. Sabotabi normally does lean towards more of these kind of standard Tracer hit scan roles, if memory serves. What am I looking at?
Oh, I called it. We got the Karma Roadhog.
So
we
if
got
this is
Afi May.
So if this is what they end up playing, then normally what they're going to try and do is hook, wall behind the hook so that the trap target can't escape, and then you can also just dump Ana cooldowns to make sure they're extra dead. Mm-hmm. So if anyone gets caught by the hook, I mean, you're normally dead, but now you're like atomized, vaporized, just removed from the server, and they're not changing their composition, just a TP out of spawn. Or yes, have cooked something absolutely diabolical here, and Chillionez are in for an unwelcome surprise.
What is going on here? You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Pol Pot composition from way back when in Overwatch League. Okay, Kuna just goes down immediately. That's a hook, that's a kill, and they just disengage. Chillionez out.
I thought you were going to say it reminds you of your nightmares, your ranked games perhaps, but...
well, yeah, that too, but...
I mean, Chillionez are going to have to figure out how to adapt to this. To their credit, I think that what they're playing... they're mirroring!
Let's go! We got a Roadhog mirror in our second match here, Spectrian. What are they cooking? It's going to be down here to which hog gets the hook first, and the May wall, of course, to block off any support coming in. The antis as well onto the enemy hog going to be really crucial. How have we ended up with a hog mirror? An exact composition mirror, by the way, as the hook comes in there onto Karma, almost taken down. Kuna and Nuya traded out here, as it's going to be another hook. It just barely breaks there from Monarch. Nice pig pen, actually. Finds Karma and walled off from the rest of their team. This should be a kill confirmation. Oh, yes, is still in control of the point, and a pull into the bottom well. It's a hog duel coming through here, but Monarch wins that one out. Should be a conversion, but Fire goes down. Good sleep. Sabotabi gets out. What is going on here?
Deathmatch on the objective. Kills going both ways, surely. Little favor Chillionez with the lack of a tank. Monarch and Seed knocked low, gets the health back, able to drop and once again into the abyss. Sheep gets an icicle onto Afi, and the Chillionez now have a flip 52%. That pulse bomb speculative at best for Oyas, a little bit closer to their ultimates. They have a small window to exploit, but it's going to be more or less a full mirror when it comes to check marks here, so Toasting's action not going to stop just yet.
That pulse bomb wasn't the only speculative thing. I think these entire compositions are Spectrian. We are seeing a literal team deathmatch. Both Blizzards going to come out and catch both Roadhogs. We got a May caught in one of them, but Karma gets nano boosted up, uses that whole hog, bursts down Monarch, and barely stays alive in the midst of all of that pressure. Great use of the nano boost there from Adrenalinda. Eve not in position to do the same, and it'll be a flip back over.
Still lead maintained for Oyas, and now compounded as Hook goes back into their favor. I mean, Sheep gets an execute on Adrenalinda. That will be awkward. That means either Neuer has to go taxi, or you have to play super passive, and Afi dying here means that it might be a short-lived victory here for Oyas.
Potentially, but all you need to do is not get caught out here. Monarch going in with a nano boost, misses the hook though. Still fine, gonna press aggro, find Karma in the midst of it all, and now it's just squishies that can't really do much against the nano boosted Hog.
We're learning how this comp is going to work. It seems like he just wants to give the Hog a nano boost to confirm the one-shots. Blizzard, again, you can use that to punish. If somebody gets hooked in, just guarantee it. But as well, for comps like these that aren't all that mobile, without the Lucio speed, then a Blizzarded Hog is essentially a free kill. So Sabotabi, again, on this angle, looking to pressure backline, but so far, both Traces haven't been able to find too much impact.
Yeah, I think the Tracers here are getting it the worst out of anyone in the comp. Never mind! Adrenalender goes down, not playing the Kiri, so no Suzu to save you there. And without the Nano Boost or the Anti-Nade, Monarch is going to reign free and just force everyone off that point there.
Oh yeah, let's have to back here. We are getting into last fight territory for Chillionaires. In terms of your check marks, it's not the end of the world. I don't think we've seen a beat out really yet from either Fiery or Noya. Never really been necessitated. But close to pretty much everything, in fact, bar the whole Hog. I mean, Yas could well have some fireworks to show us here.
Okay, nice Maywall there onto Eve, actually getting rid of the support onto Monarch, but it doesn't matter. They just don't care about the Blizzard. It's going to be a nano boost now onto Karma. Noya goes down in the midst of a beat there. Kuna finds a backline kill onto Afi and just dominating that presence. And 100 to 74 there for Chillionaires on the composition that Oyas wanted to play.
I am absolutely flabbergasted. Genuinely at a loss for words. I mean, this is one of the strangest looks I think I've ever seen. This Roadhog strat with the Mei, I mean, I see the vision, I guess, in a manner of speaking. I don't know what kind of minds would ever concoct a strategy like this, but it seems like Chillionaires seems to be winning out a little bit more. I think that probably the biggest difference maker has been Sheep on the Mei.
Yeah.
I mean, hitting a little bit better Blizzards. I think the Icicles as well have been fantastic. That's probably been the player who's impressing most from Chillionaires. But, I mean, it looks like neither team really wants to swap. They're going to continue on this nonsense. Totally, the shenanigans don't stop yet.
What is going on, man? This is a second game, Spectrian. This is the second game, and we're seeing just crazy stuff like this. I mean, okay, the Mei here, right? You've got to wall off the Hog that gets pulled in to prevent these honors from getting resource into them, right? That is why Sheep, I think, is playing a bit of a better Mei here, using it more defensively and protecting Monarch as well as getting Karma out. However, if Karma hooks the Tracer, it doesn't matter. You can't do anything against that. Kuna goes down, and now Chillionaire's on the back foot. It's just going to be Monarch falling slowly here in the front line as Karma gets a nice hook there, and the wall was too late there from Sheep.
Yeah, anti-Daybro and curious actually that both teams seem to want to play this mirror so hard. If I were them, I would be at least flirting with the idea of a Kiriko for that cleanse, you know, because these nades are always going to be used aggressively, right, onto the opposing Hog. Eevee gets staggered, Sabotabi gives us the heebie-jeebies, but survives at least for now. Kuna, Widow for the spawn peak, but yeah, straight back over to the Tracer, just not all that valuing the Pulse Bomb charge. Oyas, I mean, this comp's always going to be stronger in the defense, right? But so far that hasn't always rang true, at least in execution.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of posturing and positioning here. Monarch, okay, finds a nice Pigpen hook onto Karma. Stays alive just barely, though, because of that anti that came through from Adrenalinda. Zive that's going to go down here, though, so Monarch is on their own in terms of that healing. With Kuna going down, you lose a lot of the damage in this team fight, as, again, Oyas going to be keeping control. Sheep finds an exit kill, but that's all it is.
Yeah, only an exit. I mean, there's going to be a better percentage accrued for Oyas no matter what happens next. And you look at their ult rotation, they're still in such a comfortable spot here, Toasty. I mean, 4 ults or 9, everything but the beat. And the same could not be said of the Chillionaires, who will elect to take probably a slow fight to get a similar advantage. But defensive positioning, having the Hog online, I would say that Oyas have a lead here.
All I would want to do here if I was Chillionaires is, like you say, take a slow fight, try and force out like a Nano Boost or a Blizzard or something. As we get a pause here, so someone probably disconnected. Yeah, Monarch is out. Gonna lose that progress on the Hog ult there.
That's painful. That is really quite painful. I think one thing I want to kind of speak about a bit is how they're using these nades. It's very aggressive. It's very proactive, right? I almost assume that it would be you hit a hook, and once the hook's confirmed, then you nade to punish.
Yeah.
But it a lot of times seems more like you're just kind of nading aggressively on cooldown almost, and hoping that the hook also hits, which is why a lot of times, especially from the side of Chillionaires, we're seeing a purple come through, but maybe not a hook or vice versa. Yeah. So I'm curious if that's something they want to adapt, or if this is something they've kind of spoken about before, if they're all just kind of concocting this together on the fly, right? Figuring out how this, Franken comp is going to play, right?
It's hard because this isn't something that's meta. No one has figured out this composition other than potentially Yas who are playing it from the start, but like you say, there is a couple of different options to use that nano boost, to use the anti-nade, to use everything really in this composition, right? I mean, you don't like the May wall is a really weird one. You can use it defensively, offensively, block off the enemy Ana, prevent a nano boost or an anti, and I think we've seen that a couple of times come through from Sheep, which is why I like that May wall usage. What I think we're lacking here for Chillionaires is the positional advantage, right? Our Yas are always in position to save Karma when there's a hook, whether that be through a nano boost or just the healing or the speed boost out. Even if there's a pig pen there, that speed boost is still impactful. And I think that's where we're seeing the difference for our Yas positionally. Chillionaires, I think they have a grasp on how to use their cooldowns. They're just not in positions to make good on them.
I do think that... Oh, I'm going to sneeze.
Spectrian sneeze moment. Someone clip that. Someone clip it.
But no, I do think that a lot of that reason they have this positional advantage is because they're set up as defenders, right? As aggressors, if I'm Chillionaires, I have to fight for all the space in the world. And what that means is that that's resources expended. That's time that's gone if I want it, and as well as risk I have to take. The same simply isn't true of Oyas. They can do whatever they want with that space until it's taken away from them, and that just gives them so much lead. And those are resources, again, that Chillionaires have to put into the frontline trade in setting up like a single player. So I think that's just, unfortunately, a fact of life that Chillionaires is going to have to play into, and especially in a comp like this that lacks a lot of that kind of aggressive power that like something more mobile would do. Yeah, it's rough for them, but unfortunately, that's the game they've elected to play.
I mean, yeah, like, you could have just swapped Orisa here. Either team could have swapped Orisa and just completely destroyed the opposition. Monarch will retain that ultimate charge. Good lobby code, I like that. We got a pulse bomb in the back here from Kuna. It does a lot of damage, but doesn't get any kills. Instead, it's Monarch to find Adrenalinda. Kuna does go down, punished for that, as we got a whole hog into the Blizzard. Very creative usage there, but now it's retaliated. Karma's going to get taken down. Both Roadhogs off the board, and now this turns into a team deathmatch-esque fight, where Afi finds Sheep, their counterpart. We got a Boostio! Okay. Fiery manages to find Afi there alongside Kuna, and now, potentially turnable, Eve manages to just about defend against Sabatabi there in the back line. And unironically, that Boostio saves the fight.
It does. Allows so much to stay and so much health on the point. I mean, you're barely killing a regular Lucio, let alone one with 50% damage reduction. One thing I want to note there is Karma wasn't able to rotate their model away from the Blizzard, so headshot hitbox not hidden, did eventually end up falling there. Probably wouldn't have made a difference, but would have been nice to see at least. And as well, a bit of a desync there, trying to use the whole hog, but of course displacing people away from the Blizzard of Afi. We'll see if that's something that comes into effect next time both the Blizzard and the whole hog of Chillionaires is active.
Yeah. Got a lot of pressuring in the backline here from Kuna, just putting Adrenalinda on edge, but instead they go aggro. Chillionaires almost losing their Roadhog as Monarch falls with that whole hog in hand. Now it's up to Fiery with the only ultimate on the team, but it's too late. Sabatabi finds two there, winning a duel against Kuna before that beat as well, and Chillionaires a little bit too late on that support ultimate to keep their squad alive. A huge anti there comes through from Eve, but it's not followed up onto. There's no resource there to put pressure after that anti-nade, and so Karma will do the cleanup work here, and Aryas will flip it back over. Overtime should burn down. I doubt there's going to be a 1v5 Lucio here.
I mean, we'll have to see if it can be shut down, but Karma right now on this Roadhog is just implacable. He's got so much HP, and the pick pressure too that comes from the hook, absolutely generational. Kuna goes down. Fiery going to be, by the looks of things, the last to fall, at least on this flashpoint, and especially with a nade onto Sheep, I would expect this to be closed out. The staggers will continue. Monarch dispatched, overtime wick going to burn down. And Oyas have tied us up 1-1, seem a lot more comfortable, given some time to warm up into the server here. But again, once they had that first fight win, then so much more easy to control the pace of the game. You have the defensive positioning, you have the ability to take whatever peaks you want. And because of that, they are able to convert. final flashpoint, or final control point, sorry, is going to be Gardens. And that is going to be a whole different ball game, right? I mean, the high ground's so pivotal, so hard to reach. It's going to be very, very different. So we'll see if we see any adaptations. Eevee flirts with the idea of a Baptiste. Kuna with a Sojourn.
Okay, this is weird. They're going... What is going on here? Chillionairs? Okay, they pranked us. They're going Sojourn, May, Baptiste Honor in order to, I presume, sustain the Hog with that Immortality Field, use the Anti-Nade more aggressively now, I reckon. That's the plan here. And with that Sojourn on board as well, you can follow up a bit more on those Anti-Nades, confirm kills you wouldn't have previously been able to with just that Tracer on board, because that Tracer was kind of getting almost destroyed by the Anas, you know? There's been some good sleep darts, some good Anti-Nades defensively as well. It's been hard for Sabatabi to get much done. There have been pop-off moments, but we'll see what happens here against the Sojourn of Kuna. Hook comes in, both Hogs just missed their hooks, okay. Interesting stuff there as backline presence now from Sabatabi trying to put pressure onto Eevee, onto Fiery. A nice hook in onto Sheep there with no ice block on board, but they managed to stay alive just long enough. Karma a bit too close to the sun, staying on the point far too long and gets pressured out. This is a good thing about the Bap as well. It's going to put so much long-term damage on.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the poke wall, if you don't find a pick here, you are going to get taken down, at least in terms of the Roadhog on a Roadhog. So much more poke pressure coming through from Chillionairs, so a lot of pressure is actually on Sabatabi. If Chillionairs are split, trying to take off angles to properly punish Karma, then they should be giving her very easy 1v1s.
Yeah.
If they don't, if they kind of death ball to make it as hard as possible for Sabatabi to find solo kills, then Karma should be very hard to pressure down if he plays cover correctly. So how I imagine the matchup going, but always a little bit different in practice as Kuna just decapitates Affy.
Oh, nice starting pick there from Kuna. And it'll just buy, like, 20% worth of time here, as that is... They are going to come back, relatively quickly. But the thing is here now, Yas have to kind of stage a fight very carefully. They're into 4 ultimates here. They have a nano boost, They can have a mid-fight beat, they can have a mid-fight bull spawn, but that's all they've got going for them. Okay. And Kuna... Okay, early rail onto Sabatabi, pops the overclock as well, looking for some more glory. A lovely sleep dart comes through there, but I don't think it's enough to turn that fight around in the way they wanted it to. As Monarch finds 2 in the front line, Kuna does the cleanup work, finding 3. And now we're moving to last fight territory with 3 ults on here.
Oh, yes, just can't find a way in. They have the nano boost, yes, but so do their opponents. I mean, you can count the advantages that all Yas have on a single hand. 1 more ultimate in the form of a pulse bomb too. Not really the difference maker that you need. It's kind of it, realistically. I mean, we need to see a bit of a miracle from them. They have been absolutely shut out of Gardens here.
Yeah, I mean, this could literally be an 100-0 lockout for Chillionairs. You need to play it carefully if you're all Yas, and that early Blizzard from Sheep is going to get so much value in that close range. Finds 2, backline, go down immediately. What? How do you keep anyone alive now? I mean, there's only Sabatabi left. That was such a quick fight from Chillionairs. They knew exactly what they had to do. The overtime will burn away after that team kill, and Chillionairs go 1-up in the series.
I mean, fair enough. They elect to play this Hog May mirror, I suppose, and it goes okay for them, but once they, adjust it a little bit, get some of that Chillionaire spin, as it were, bring in the Sojourn, bring in the Baptiste, then whole different ballgame entirely. Or yes, simply cannot adapt in time, and they do have some coach, so it's going to be Hemp, also known as Coolboy163, but we'll see if he's able to give them some words of wisdom that allow them to adapt, because if not, they could very much struggle if this is kind of what they want to, build their game plan around.
Why? Why would you build a game plan around this? This series could well be decided by which team decides to swap to Orisa first. I'm going to say that because Orisa would just entirely counter this composition. Orisa has a staying power that Hog doesn't particularly have. You have a Javelin to cancel out the Take a Breather. I know it's replenishable now, but it's still a good ability to use on that Roadhog.
Would you tell Mozart to stop composing? Would you tell Rembrandt to stop painting? So why are you telling Karma to get off Roadhog?
I mean, listen, okay. I'm not saying Karma has to be the one to stop. I'm saying if Chillionairs, say if RES take a map, Chillionairs would have to then adapt to the Orisa, okay? Karma, you do what you want. If you feel like you can play into an Orisa with a Roadhog, take it away. What confuses me is that Chillionairs actually heeded the kind of unofficial gentleman's agreement to go for that Roadhog mirror. They were on the Orisa to begin with, so I think either of these teams aren't really going to be playing the Orisa if they're willing to go to that Hog mirror, knowing that Orisa would be better.
Yeah.
So I think this is just a fun little match I think we've got here.
I mean, I don't know a crazy amount about Trillionaires. I do know for a fact that all Yas do everything they can not to play real comps. Just a one-trick team as best as can be. I mean, we recently saw a documentary about the org, about how they evolved from avoided other one-trick teams and how they've continued to play incredibly silly nonsense at about the highest level of the game.
Yeah.
I believe they have since been eliminated from OWCS, but still top 8 ranking is the primary roster, and
Playing these comps.
technically it's Bull, May, Junkrat, but
I mean, how do you get top 8 OWCS playing Bull May Junkrat? I mean, the other teams that lost to them are frauds, I'm telling you. Okay? Like, no offense OWCS teams who lost to IAS, okay? You're frauds. Like, just straight up.
Or Yasel as well, just the GOAT. They've got the same spirit, they've got the same coach, and they most definitely can find the value, but this time getting beaten out a little bit at their own game. So I'm super curious if they do have a coach in the lobby. Looks like they don't actually, but they do have substitutions being made. So it looks like Macy's coming in. That means Neuer's going to be coming out.
Yep.
I think I'm seeing it in the air. I'm seeing it in the water. We're going to see double flexible compositions now.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, what I want to know is if Karma decides to stay in here. You're on Eichenwald as our next map, or that's what it appears to be in the lobby. And so we're looking at a Roadhog again if Karma stays in. But then if say, the Dong comes in, that could be Orisa, that could be Wrecking Ball, it could be anything else. It's interesting here with the Roadhog on Eichenwald. I think you're not going to benefit from the high grounds as any other composition would on Eichenwald. Maybe your Honor can get value out of the high grounds, but that second point is going to be horrible to attack on.
This is going to be one of the Eichenwalds of all time. I can say that much now for certain, for free, in fact. Don't have to pay me a thing, but what I can't really tell you is much more than that, because we are entering, or I suppose we've already been sailing uncharted waters here, Toasty, and seas just getting more and more choppy the deeper we get in. Remember, if Trillionaires replicate their feat that we just saw on Oasis, then we will be seeing a 2-0. Or yes, want to bring us to a map 3 in our first 2-round robin. What are we seeing? Double flex support, Roadhog, Torbjorn, May.
Oh, what is this?
Wait, it's Lifeweaver instead?
Lifeweaver.
Also, our casters assume our coach is present. We like to be hopeful. Is Venture banned? I couldn't tell you, Kuna. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I think Venture's in. I would assume Venture's in.
Oh, I mean, they're hovering it.
I respect it.
I would respect the Venture here. It would actually be good, because if you get hooked and then someone Maywalls you just dig away.
That's if you don't die before you...
Yeah, but like the dig animation isn't that long.
Yeah, but then you can play like a Reaper who doesn't have any animation.
Stop having good analysis, Spectre. I want to see Venture, and we've got them on the board. Kuna is playing Venture. Trillionaires are truly chill.
Mm-hmm.
They chill with it.
Yeah, so double flex put, like we kind of guessed. Super high damaged compositions on both these sides. It's going to be a lot of pressure coming into the tank line. Curious to see how Macy especially wants to take space, but kind of a first time seeing a Venture out.
Yeah, and combos like that are why you're going to play the Venture here. Macy, literally no chance to use that Suzu, save themselves, and now Kuna just digs away. Going to be putting a lot of pressure onto the Tracer here, forcing away that recall. And this is the thing about the Venture, they're very good at these close-range duel situations, and that escapability of the dig is so good.
Yeah, that it is, and I mean, that's such a nice early pick. Will be fixed, and that's a hook that's going to remove the Archaeologist entirely.
Yep, removes the problem, right? I mean, Kuna forces a recall and gets a kill, so you just decide, okay, let's kill off the Venture, and now there's a lot of pressure going through onto Monarch on the Hog in this close-range battle. Hook a bit wasted there from Karma, as now they get hooked themselves. Maywall comes through, but not doing much. Blizzard on the point cleans things up, and they only had to give up a tick and a bit for that.
Pretty comfortable for them. Nice reset coming through with just the Blizzard and hooks too. All Yas have been rebuffed once again, so about half the time back now elapsed. Ultimate's coming online for both these sides, but Afi swapping over to the Sojourn is far too serious, so I'm assuming we'll just go back into spawn and go over to Echo. I mean, fair enough. There's only the backhand who can really threaten you, until Monarch lands a hook, so I see the vision. If you can get the frontline damage as well, then fair enough, but Sheep just kills the Tracer on the high ground, and okay, Eevee gets kidnapped, the action's still back on.
Sabatabi, where was your recall there? First of all, like, you had a recall. Second of all, Eevee goes down, okay, that's fair enough, you lose your Nana boost, but it's brought back. Monarch uses the whole hog, you have an Amp Matrix for long range support, so you just clean up this team fight quite easily. That's fine to lose Eevee there, but 2 ultimates as a result.
Yeah, I mean, huge ult advantage here for Oyas. As long as they don't get picked off, then it should just be a conversion, but someone's going to get picked off. This comp has so much pick potential, so much, I mean, nonsense, so many threats to avoid that Oyas, any attempt to take space is going to be like approaching a minefield.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, speaking of a minefield, you've got kind of this excavation ultimate from Kuna if you really want to deal some good damage this fight. Monarch goes down early, Kitsune Rush is in, and that should allow for a teamfight win for Oyas. Literally no ultimates used for Chillionairs. And I think if you have a whole hog or an Amp Matrix there, you probably have a bit of a better chance of defending that. So, again, knock-on effect from the last fight.
And, well, I mean, if you had a Blizzard, you would have a great chance. Just play point, play retake spot, Blizzard the point. They don't have a Lucio, they can't leave, and, easy peasy. As it stands, though, Oyas do have the payload moving. It's going to be Sabotabi who's on the objective, and going to be trying to take more forward space is the rest of her team. So much pressure, this Venture could get work done.
Yeah, good stuff there, managing to push away that hog into a position where they can't escape. The Kiri TP's in, but can't save them. And now it's going to be a case of just, holding close here, trying to get value out of this Venture.
And also online now for Kuna. I'm super curious to see how this Seismic Shock is invested, and if it can secure, solo kills, because we won't see people, group up as 5 as you'd expect with maybe an Orisa composition. It's going to be much more split, so we'll see if it's just there for winning out 1v1.
Yeah, I mean...
What is that sleep angle?
Yeah, how do they sleep from there? That is crazy. I want to see a nano-boosted excavation here. It's not going to happen. Kuna just invests the excavation anyway to find Sabotabi. Good stuff. Okay, Sheep taken down here. Duplicate finds nothing from Afi, actually, as Eevee and Fire protect each other, but they let Monarch go down as a result. Kuna's getting chased down as well.
I mean, slow, implacable is the road with the nano boost onto Kuna, turns the tables, and an anti-nade too. Karma survives with a sliver of HP, but that got so damn scary, the hook is there!
Yep, Karma gets back in, manages to hook them after the nano boost expires. Nice Amp Matrix to try and control some space from the top rope here. However, the cart is underneath the bridge, so what value does it get now? As you got it, okay. Macy on the Kiri just tries to outduel a Mei. Interesting stuff there, as opposed to have a TP away. Sheep, a lovely icicle. Finish off that fight, and again, Oyas suffering because of their composition.
They're suffering for a lot of reasons, and part of it is also their opponent's composition, right, which is so much stronger on this defense. I think for both these sides, I think we can very much expect the defenders to be a lot stronger. When your supports can take the space for free, when your rotor can position wherever they wish, it's always going to be a hell of a lot easier. And while the Trace and the Echo on their own aren't going to be, that hard to maneuver, to a lesser extent the Kiriko as well, your Ana and Rotok just going to be the real weak points, and that's why we're seeing consistent pressure onto those particular members.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of pressure onto the backline from Afi and Sabotabi, but a lot of these fights are not able to really confirm kills, like last fight, for example. But Whole Hog comes in, just forces Monarch to the low ground. I suppose that's a good use of it. Just gets rid of the Roadhog now as Monarch is in a spot of trouble. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. A couple of kills come through there, and Oyas now in a good spot to try and get this through to the end. Good hook there onto the Tracer, but doesn't find anything as an exit kill there for Monarch, so that will be the cap.
That it will, and an okay time when all's said and done. 2 minutes is left. But so ults are online for both these sides, and I think one thing to note here, the lack of off angles here is going to make this much more frontline trading. That is most definitely going to favor the comp of Chillionairs, so they should have maybe a bigger lead here. That's Blizzard cancelled!
Oh no, the Blizzard actually comes in here, somehow gets it off, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be Happy and Sheep traded out 1-for-1. It's Tracer versus Venture. The Venture can put in a lot more damage here. Actually fend off that Tracer in a way, but not if that happens. Karma Lovely hook there, takes down the Venture. And now Sheep is on the Bastion for the next fight, but it doesn't matter, this fight's still going on. You've got a Nano Boosted Roadhog here with a whole hog to be invested, blows up Karma, destroys the copy as well, Immortality goes away, and that is a one hell of a regress.
I mean, the dust settles finally on Ike and Valter, and it is Chillionaires with the lead, and with a seismic shock. 2 minutes left to go. Could be one fight territory here, and the window's going to make it so. Forces time, makes the walk have to come through the castle, and a lovely nade should force back Chillionaires. Takes care of Sheep too!
Okay. I mean, Macy, I think, is the better pick to get here. Kuna finding that Kiriko, slowing down the attack a lot more. And the thing is, that prevents them from building up to a Kitsune rush sooner as well.
That is true. Still, the walk has to come through. How have you got here, Kuna? It's so far in the back. Like, no one's aware. They still have the ultimate.
Okay, excavation initiation. That's certainly one heck of an initiation coming through here from Kuna. Doesn't find any kills with it as Sabotabi fends them off, and the whole hog here from Karma pulls them in, throws them away with that whole hog. Good stuff there as Eva gets taken down, but now it will be an overtime finish if they even manage to cap it.
I respect the hell out of the attempt, but Kuna has to recognize the optics of going for a flank into Nadia and killing 0 people. That is so much uptime lost, and now Chillionaires have to fight from the back foot. A Junkrat against a Terror Surge.
Junkrat Bastion Roadhog. How much more cursed can this get, Spectrian? Has he got a Kitsune rush in? Kuna! What are you doing? Oh my goodness, an explosive finish on 3rd point. Icon involved there. Finds 3. How?
I don't really know what to say about that. That's goofy as hell. Kuna is actually just the GOAT, I guess. I mean, I'm still absolutely in shock, because remember, that was right off the back of that flank. Kuna goes literally into spawn, kills nobody with the ult, swaps Junkrat, and just kills 3 people. And that was a fight that was super advantage for Oyas too. Remember, they have the Kitsune rush, they can put down on the objective, and they have better spawns too. Well, not better spawns, sorry, but they have better positioning. So Chillionaires have to basically fight for any space. Is it literally their spawn room? It needs a miracle to stop a cat from coming through there. Thankfully, Kuna might just be Jesus.
That is one of the sentences of all time, Spectrian.
That was one of the plays of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, finding 2 with that Junkrat nade right at the end, I mean, that was, I think, the most crucial play we've had this map so far. Other than that turnaround team fight in that last replay at the end there with that whole hog and nano boost, crazy stuff. They were down in that team fight, they decided to invest. And that's what you need. You need that decision making to be able to turn a fight around like that. But you also need your pop-off players from time to time, and that's exactly what Kuna has been. Like, MVP level player here.
I mean, that's crazy value coming through. I'm honestly at a loss for words, and looks like they are flirting with the entire composition and ult swap. We're learning from our NA mistakes and not counterfeit.
Oh my god.
Oh, Maeve, unfortunately you're never living that one down, I'm afraid. And we are seeing a wholesale change-up Monarch on the Bull, Kuna on the Widow, Sheep on the Farah.
What is this flank meant to get?
We're innovating. That, apparently.
That, what? Macy? The flank kunai kills? I beg your pardon? Can we run that back?
This man.
They're playing checkers, and Macy's playing chess. Like, what is going on?
Everyone is playing chess, except for the 10 players in this server. I think they're playing Civilization. What is going on?
They're playing Civ 4. I mean, this is crazy stuff. How are people getting away with these flanks? And this is the thing. Our Yas are playing so silly, and it's working, right? Look at this. You've got a flanking Roadhog, putting pressure on the Widowmaker, and the Tracer isn't even the one to confirm the kill, because they get fended off. And AC finally gets to the backline and does it themselves. Says, you know what? I'll do it myself. Gets that kill onto the Widowmaker, and our Yas is still holding strong.
One of the things you can get away with this Kiriko is just going for flanks like this, because you have the Swift Step to, get yourself out of dodge. You don't need to do that much healing because your Ana can sustain it for you, and that also allows Afi to fight these super high off-angle duels. With the Farah, Kunas now has to swap over to the Cassidy because Afi has just been a huge problem in the behind. They have counterpicked, so clearly they haven't learned from North America. Pushing into the objective now, using the wall to scale. We'll see what they can get done.
Yeah, nice speed boost in there, actually, from Chillionaires. Good initiative. It's a shame Sabatabi just one-clips Kuna and domes them. Sabatabi still putting a lot of pressure in as well, utilizing this Kitsune rush to its fullest. It is going to be a bit of a disengage here as Sabatabi goes low, but everyone else dies there as a result. Bit of a scrappy disengage from Chillionaires. Down to 2 minutes now.
And one ultimate fight win, from Oyas. Just needed the Kitsune rush, and that's a lot more time gone from Chillionaires. They are coming up to their ultimate, so not the end of the world for them. Fiery on that Baptiste for the frontline damage that we spoke about earlier, so back over to a more, I'd say, standard comp. It's more standard for Chillionaires, as it were. Oyas still in their own little fantasy realm. Nanabu's super scary though for me.
Yeah, this Nana Boost, you can put it onto, like, the Mei, the Cassidy, the Hog, anything. In terms of Oyas, you can put it onto the Echo if you want, or the Tracer. I mean, it's crazy what you can do with this Nana Boost. It's going to be the Hog here for Chillionaires, as they manage to find Adrenaline into Karma, and then they just clean up. I mean, what, 2 ultimates? Team fight win?
I mean, it starts out with Mixie getting caught out, right? It's 4v5 already, and you miss the Pulse Bomb, you don't really have a chance to trade it back easily, and then Nanabu's kind of thrown on, basically for good measure, the Whole Hog as well, so slightly better time bank, I believe, for Chillionaires, but Cart will get moving. Remember what we said earlier, where I kind of think this composition is going to be a little bit more defensively sided. I mean, Adrenalinda must be hiding for a nade here, right? Just crouching in this right side corner.
Yeah, I do see that. I mean, they've managed to go back up now, and they deal with Sheep, who was on a flank mission, and Karma jumps off the map. Listen, whoops. That deserves a bit more than a whoops there.
What?
No one hooked you. No one booped you. What? Huh? And now there's an Echo duplicating a Cassidy, losing the cat stall. As Kuna's going to get the kill here, confirm it off. There we go. Afi, maybe a bit too much of an ego there. Sabatabi in the back and gets naded up and antied. Yep. I mean, this is just a massacre.
It turns out that when you jump off the map for no reason, it makes it harder for your team to win.
Oh yeah, no, like I play in plat.
I
know these things.
We're learning new things here every day, Toasty. This matchup is just so strange. Regress is here for Oyas, and again they are looking towards this Nano Whole Hog combo. Just a Hog actually as it's ripped.
What? Okay.
Sheep's off the map!
I mean, yeah, the Sheep just goes off the map. You got a hook attempt off the map there from Monarch, but instead going to get Hog diffed here as Sleep comes in just a little bit too late. It's still up in the air. Vive can win a duel against a Roadhog. What's going on here? Are you actually going to lose this, Karma? What are you doing? Oh my god! Eve, the clutch Anna!
There's no way! And she gets Lamtoon so they can live! I mean, the Overwatch isn't overwatching right now, Toasty. I'm running out of things to say. Sabotabi gets lightning hooks dispatched by Monarch, so it's just the 3 members left to defend the cart. They've got no control over the castle. They do have a Nanabu support ults, in fact, and Karma on the respawn just continues to wreak havoc.
And this is absolute havoc. I mean, are we playing Overwatch or are we playing like Brawl Stars here? You know, like what is going? It's just all over the place. There's like, it feels like there's no semblance of team play, even though I know there is. These engagements are just super scrappy, and you've got this flanking Hog on Karma now, who is nowhere near the point, nowhere near providing any cart presence, but it doesn't matter, because guess what? They flank the backline, they kill Fiery, you're going to get a touch from Sabatabi onto the cart now, as it's a Nana boosted Mei to try and deal with that, uses the Ice Block, kills Karma off, and that should confirm a cap, but Sabatabi versus Monarch here on the point, and I think with the angles that Oyas have, they can clean this up.
Kuna is still there, or not anymore, as Adrenalinda finds the final blow. Monarch dispatched as well, and it looks like it is a stabilization. With how slow these comps play and how much space that Chillionaires have to cover, I have to say, I think there's a real chance here that this is last fight territory. And I think that Oyas are going to be super favored in a position like this, especially with Afi just 7% away from this overclock. You know, on the flip side of things, though, double DPS ults are active for Chillionaires, the Whole Hog too, but it's a lot harder for these to be implemented, especially when you're fighting for such a low ground position like this.
Yeah, you have to fight for the high ground, then fight for the cart, all while holding your angles. It's going to be just a Whole Hog in here to try and burst down Karma, but it doesn't matter. All you do is throw him away from the cart, but actually...
Cap?
No way they cap from this. I mean, no one can touch. Okay, you got Sabotabi there to touch. You got a Blizzard in to try and prevent the re-engage. It's going to catch Karma out as they are going to get bursted down. Kuna confirming that kill. Sabotabi is still in, trying to make something happen on the cart, but unable to find any kills. So sustain is too much, and Kuna doing crazy things on the Cassidy. That will be an overtime cap onto second. A minute 30 added, and it's going to come down to the wire here.
I mean, that's all off the back of Monarch's whole hog right, where he just dispatches, I don't, transports them to another dimension. They can't come back in touch. They're all forced into that choke, and so they're given a time bank extension. Again, a minute left on the clock, but this time there's only one fight left to win.
Well, it looks like an easy fight to win with a Nano Boost whole hog, right? For Oyas here. They're just gonna come back in, re-aggress. I mean, 2 kills, that's all you need, and this is the thing. Oyas knew their win condition there. What are they going to do next fight? They're into a Nano Boost, a High Noon, a Bap Ultimate. They have a Kitsune Rush, that's it.
Probably just rush point Four's backline, I would assume. But, I mean, 45 seconds left to go. I would like to see them try and posture a little bit more aggressively around this super long sideline. It's super easy to burn some free time that way, but they don't want the risk. They want Affy on the Junkrat instead, just punishing once this choke begins to come into play.
It looks like this could shape up to just be a backline trade. Never mind. Monarch gets in there, finds Karma. She finds Sabotabi, and that's the thing. You just walk in with the Nano Boost, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. 20 seconds on the clock, so this final push to get to the end will be an overtime.
Normally, that would be an okay fight to lose, but the problem is, Macy also uses the Kitsune Rush during that fight, so that's one big ult down the drain. They have to pray off the back of Affy's Riptide, but, I mean, in this matchup, we've just seen a Junkrat multi-frag on this very point.
Yeah, and Affy has a Riptide, so if they want to get a multi-frag, now is the time to do it. But there's 2 people down, they can touch, just barely, but there's 1 person there, and no one gets on it. The Macy can't get there, Affy's on a Riptide, and Chillionaires just win the entire match off of virtually a C9. What was this game, Spection? What did we just watch?
I think we can put this game behind us. I think that's what we can do.
Please.
That was incredibly entertaining, though, when all's said and done. One of the most zany matches of Overwatch that I think anyone's seen in a hot second. I mean, Roadhog played 100% of the time. Double flex for backlines, most of it. I mean, Overwatch really is a whole different ball game when you start putting out some of these slightly off-meta picks, and unfortunately for Oyas, they do actually lose at their own game. Chillionaires getting a small victory over them.
Look, I didn't know this was a team deathmatch tournament, okay? When I signed up to cast this, I was like, yo, some real Overwatch. Is it? Do we count this as real Overwatch?
Look, we had the most serious matchup earlier between Metagirl and their opponents, and then Chillionaires, Oyas, they just want to flip the script on us.
That is crazy, man. I mean, okay. Like, I get doing the hog mirror for, like, the funsies, but literally any team could have swapped to Orisa at any point and just won this. I mean, Chillionaires won it anyway, 2-0, right? Taking Oyas onto their own composition, adapting it in their own way with the Venture, or the Cassidy, or the Sojin, and making it their own. And Chillionaires, that adaptability is crazy. These replays are crazy as well. Some of these plays are disgusting. What is this?
This double kill from Macy, what is that?
Yeah.
That's just filthy.
It is absolutely just... These teams are off their rockers.
I mean, hopefully we can see more of them later on in the tournament, because this type of action, you know, against maybe a more unsuspecting team, is going to be absolute cinema. Just 1v1, I mean...
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think we see Chillionaires on our next match. So,
I think you might be right, actually.
Yeah, it's either Chillionaires... One of these teams repeats next match in the round robin. So we will see one of these teams again. And the other will have a bye. But here's the thing. I don't think you're going to get away with playing these Roadhog-esque compositions against a team that is just going to play Orisa into you. I think you can't rely on this silly gaming.
Yeah, I'd assume so. This has been, I think, the silliest gaming, actually. I struggle to think of a matchup I've seen that is any less, I mean, than that.
Yeah.
And that's all there is to it. Folks, we will be back in just a little bit. We're going to go to another short break, I believe. And when we're back, the round-robin matches will continue.
you know, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Got lots of love. Got lots of love. Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love.
We are back. Third match of the day, first to action. This time between our final team of the day and for the first time a recurring face. We've got the Chengdu Drainers taking on Oyas. Now, of course, we have already had two teams play on broadcast, and of course, there's always a game that's off stream as well. So the bracket's beginning to shape up, and no team really wants to put themselves now in a position to be eliminated. Remember, that bottom spot team, that fifth place team, is going to be removed from contention for the playoffs at all. And they would love to definitely not be in that place. And a team like the Chengdu Trainers, I would imagine, aren't all that stressed about this. I mean, they have a super star-studded roster, but Oyas, just off the back of a loss, maybe feeling the heat a little bit more.
Yeah, Oyas, if we're expecting what we saw last game from them, I reckon, and this is just a bold prediction thrown out there, Chengdu Drainers are looking at a 2-0 here. They have, again, like you say, a star-studded roster. They've got folks like Aramori, Kindred, Senna. These are names that we see in recurring in past tournaments, and also some lands as well, as we've seen. You've also got Par and Poryu, again, not to be ignored there. They are extremely good players as well on their roles. So Chengdu Drainers, we haven't seen them on stream yet, but we can expect very, very good things from them. On the other side of things, again, the lineup for Oyas remains exactly the same. Going to see Sabatabi and Afi probably playing the Tracer Echo alongside the Roadhog, as we saw there.
I think one thing to note here is that this time there is no Noya for Oyas, so they don't want this Lucio. I would expect for control, which is going to be super interesting on a map like Nepal. So it'll be Star Scouts on this double flex port comp, I would expect.
Yeah.
And of course, it's going to be the exact same map start as before. We start on control this time. Again, going to be Nepal. After that is their choice of Midtown, Eichenwalde, Paraíso, and Hollywood. So far, we've only seen Eichenwalde. But, I mean, at this point, I'm just happy to see any hybrid pool that doesn't have King's Row.
I want to see King's Row, though. That's my problem. I want to see King's Row, but maybe we can see it switched up. Maybe there's some Midtown. Not Paraíso. Everyone hates Paraíso. And then Hollywood would probably might get, if you want to play like something more high ground oriented. It depends really in this matchup on what Chengdu Drainers are going to play. Yes, I feel like we have a pretty good idea of what they're going to play. It's going to be the Roadhog. And I think that might lean a little bit into... But I'm surprised to see them... actually, never mind. They've swapped it back over now. Noya is in, so I would expect to see the Lucio here.
Yeah, that is what we'd expect then.
Yeah.
So I think with the Chengdu Drainers, at least, the fact that Kindred is in is going to imply playing massive ground tanks for the most part. She's normally leans towards your Ramatras, your Queens of the world, whereas the backup tank of Chengdu Drainers, Alisu, they normally prefer dive tanks. I mean, that made their name as one of the stronger bulls in EMEA, but also very, very comfortable on the Winston. So those are kind of the heroes we would expect. And that means that Drainers, if they want, can go towards a Paraíso, for example, and can play around these high grounds super comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Paraíso, it would be a curveball, but it wouldn't be an unexpected one for us, right? I think if either of these teams pick it, the other one might be like, that's a bit weird, but I think you'd probably see why in time. Although the first map has now changed, and it will be Samoa we're going to, not Nepal. So this is where you might end up seeing just a forced Arista play. There's one specific map on Samoa, I can't remember what it's called. It's the one with a central pillar in the middle. You play the Arista there. Like, there's no way
I think you just play the Arista everywhere, realistically. I mean,
yeah.
Arguably on, I believe it's Village, which has the the lowered point, high grounds around it. The Arista is a little bit less strong, but still, you just play Arista, guys. It's simple, it's easy. Arista works everywhere.
Yeah.
So very, very much what I would expect. I'll put it that way. As we can think about what we are going to play. I know for a fact that at least from the side of the Drainers, then Kendra's very comfortable on that Arista. If I'm Oyas, though, I mean, we've kind of seen what they want to play. I would expect it to be probably the same thing they rolled out on last time, right? Which was, what was that? Hog, Lucio, Anna, May, Tracer.
Yeah, which was cursed because I don't think the May and the Tracer synergized as much as it probably they expected it to. I think we were looking at a composition where you're aiming to hook people in and wall them in, or wall off the Ana and get value that way. But then the Tracer, what does the Tracer do there?
Tracer's kind of thing is Tracer you can always just put into a composition and just like do her own thing.
Except that one.
She's so self-sufficient. I mean, the problem is not that there's like a Tracer in that comp, because what else do you play there?
Well, you play like the Sojourn. You play a Venture. You play literally anything.
Why is played? But with a Sojourn, then you're kind of doing the same thing you're doing as a Tracer. It's only more punishable because it has a less good escapability than Recall and Blink, and it's nice to have the one-shot capability so you can play that poke more, but you can still play Tracer in poke compositions. We see that quite a lot. Yeah. It's kind of the same style you play when you're playing Tracer with, for example, a Orisa, or when you would previously see on previous patches, maybe you'd see Ram, Soldier, Tracer, something we played in EMEA a lot. I think you'll remember that from Epic 40. You can play Tracer in poke compositions. It's just kind of awkward, and if you don't find solo kill value, or you're not forcing resources, then you seem like a bit of a twit. So we'll see if that, let's see if that comes coming out. H key is going to be on the Symmetra early on, just for a TP. I would expect over to the Tracer. Yeah, full meta from Chengdu, or Yas, same odd nonsense from them.
Yeah, a nonsense is the way to put it. All that really needs to happen here is Chengdu Drainers need to sustain Kindred enough to punish Karma, right? Karma can't be allowed to get a hook off onto Koryu or Senna or Aramori, because that will just be the end of the team fight right there. So you look how much pressure's already on Karma. You literally cannot stand there and just take hits from this Orisa. It's going to be an attempt to try and hook the Orisa with Pigpen there. Sabatabi goes down though, and you lose that Tracer that you were just praising so heavily. And now it's just who dies next.
I mean, you're going to have an advantage in the Tracer duel always if I'm H-key against Sabotabi due to having that Kiriko, whereas all the resources of all Yas are going into keeping Karma not dying, essentially. Because ran over, Senna is just sprinting at them. I mean, filthy hit scan in her own right. And not losing the Railgun in the end at the Tracer, but it won't matter in the end. First cap through for the Drainers, just playing the meta composition, and Oyas knocked on their behind. I'm not sure there's much room for adaptation in what they're playing other than wholesale changes. You're going to really struggle to find any sort of value with the Hog into the Urus. I think we mentioned it a couple times in that previous matchup, right? How either team kind of could go Urus and probably get a win here, but Kindred has no qualms about not honoring the mirror matchup. Just locks it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think here, I mean, building up the Nano Boost, that's going to be the win condition coming up from this fight for Oyas, but look at the pressure Kindred is putting on. I mean, that is crazy. Adrenalinder takes a lot of damage, finished off by Senna there, and now you're just going to bully Karma into a corner. I mean, what do you do as a Roadhog there?
Nothing. You don't have any options. You can't hook because of the gold, you can't win out the HP trade also because of the gold, so you kind of just die every time. The rest is also more mobile than you because of, you know, that javelin spin for the most part. Icebox forced out from Afi, and I would very much expect her to not be long for the world. Pulse misses, so able to escape at least for now, but already last fight territory here for the Drainers.
Yeah, it's just completely in the lead. I mean, they have Kitsune Rush to beat, Overclock, that is all you need to win this fight here. Karma is going to be up once with this Nano Boost, but it's not even, like, it's not even that bad, you know? I mean, it's not even onto Karma, it's onto the Tracers. So that's a wasted opportunity there where Sabatabi doesn't get a kill off of it. Kindred goes down because of that whole hog. The one time I think that could probably get value here is into that Orisa Gold, and then Senna finds an exit kill here. I don't think it's going to matter too much. Okay, Sabatabi goes down. Maybe they regress into this. I mean, Karma's now stuck underneath this sort of underpass with the sound barrier coming in from Horyu. Blizzard is in. That will catch out Horyu inside, perhaps near that Roadhog, but Karma still under so much pressure. The Moira return from Adrenalinda is going to get slowly chunked down, and it's not going to provide the utility that Ana brings, but maybe that's a turnaround. Sabatabi finds two with a pulse bomb. Crazy stuff. What a clutch.
I mean, it had to be Sabatabi there, realistically. It's not really having the kill power of anyone else. I mean, Chengdu Drain is looking to come back into this, and Senna, anytime she has a railgun, just absolutely a terrifying prospect. So, got close there, but in the end, the Drainers were repulsed. Oyasa in control. But no ults for any member of Oyas, not even particularly close. This Terror Surge will be unanswered. But once they have that space, again, it's hit scan angles for Senna. That's the real key to victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sabatabi down in this team fight now. You're just relying on Karma getting a key pick. Holding Kindred in is not exactly what you want there with that Terror Surge online. Putting so much pressure now onto Karma. Goes down. Kindred almost goes down, but somehow kept alive. Okay, finally gets a kill, but it doesn't matter. It's just a Lucio. No, you can't 1v5. And it's over. I mean, that is Chengdu Drainers playing Orisa and winning because of it.
So Senna killed 5 people in that fight.
Yeah, that too.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to say about that. Just the GOAT. I mean, fantastic value coming through. I mean, we kind of spoke about how when you have hit scan angles here, you're going to have a lot of value. Specifically with the Sojourn into the Roadhog, because of the hitbox being so large, so juicy, you just build more railguns. And if you can aim like Senna can, then you're going to find a lot more value based off of those railguns.
Yeah.
That's always going to happen when you play kind of ground tanks like your Ram, like your Orisa as well, but kind of magnified when you are playing this Roadhog, when you have to keep your uptime relatively high to fish for these hooks. And because of that, very much getting punished are Oyas. Does help as well that there is no one really to contest Senna when you're playing this Mei Tracer. If, you know, H-Key is doing their job marking the opposing Tracer, then Senna's safe all the time and doesn't really require the healing. Wholesale adaptations, though, onto Doom Dive.
Come on, Oyas. I mean, I'll see it in action, and I'll see if it works, but I don't have a good feeling about this. I mean, the only one that can really deal with the Pharah would have been H-Key, who is now dead to Sabatabi. That's good, at least. As you're going to put a lot of sky pressure onto the backline here, Poryu and Aramori really feeling the hurt from these Pharah missiles. Problem is, you're not going to be playing this Pharah as a Sky Pharah, you're just going to be playing high grounds.
I mean, as it stands, then I would assume Senna just goes Cassidy here. I mean, you've got the nades to help with Sabotabi and Karma, as well as the hit scan pressure, good at marking. Yeah, we see it out there. So with this Lucio Mercy backline specifically, it does mean that if Karma gets poked out, then they're going to lose a lot of uptime. So pressure onto Doomfist, I think, is probably the best way to play around this if I am Chengdu Drainers.
Oh, attempt to Magnetic Grenade Sabatabi there barely escapes as Trace still happening there. H-Key has Sabo marked. Karma almost goes down, maybe gets punished here. So low on HP. H-Key will go down to Sabatabi, but it doesn't matter when they get punished like Kindred. Too much space to work with in the front line here. And this is the thing, the Pharah prefers a slow fight here, 100%. When you get just instant kills like that, nothing you can do.
But also, that's kind of a fight that's predicated off, again, Karma being poked out, takes too much damage, has to back, and backing seeds the space. Senna gets the space to take shots like these and just absolutely flattens them. So, about tied up here on Samoa. Chengdu Drainers once again in defense, and Afi has to be so passive, so scared of what Senna can do.
Yeah, I think Senna here is the
H-Key?
H-Key? Okay. H-Key dies to a H-Key, apparently. That's interesting. You're going to have a Kitsune rush here from Aramori to try and turn things around, potentially. Horyu does find Afi, which is a really weird kill for a Lucio to get, but it's out of the way. You can't really res that if you're Adrenalinda, so relying on Karma for your dive potential there doesn't work out. Horyu gets that kill as well. Wasted High Noon, but it's good enough for the zoning as they regain the point.
Yeah, it looked to me like it was a High Noon to punish Karma once again, but I mean, they'd already fallen, so again, it is pushing forward for the Drainers. 25% is all Oyas have accrued, and the Drainers about one fight territory now. Ults, not too bad for either side here. The Meteor Strike maybe not as impactful as you'd like, and this Terror Surge could arrest the movement long enough for Chengdu to secure a final blow.
Beat's going to be mirrored out on both sides here, so a lot of sustain at the start of the fight. Karma uses that Meteor Strike to just escape, to stay alive, right? Playing to live. Half HP now, though, as Afi gets taken down by a Terror Surge. Interesting use there, but Kindred finds 2 now. Oh. Huge stuff there. Now, 95%, that is it. Like, there's no touch to be had here as Chengdu Drainers very, very dominantly taking Samoa.
And it turns out that you don't need to counter-swap. Not really, at least. If I am Chengdu Drainers, just play Metacom, and, I mean, the only change they make is, Soge to Cassidy once they see the Pharah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's the power of the meta. That's why we see metas. They evolve because they're kind of, versatile all of the time. And they know for a fact that if you do end up playing the counter-swapping game, then it is going to win it out.
Oh, no, you can't say that. as the team playing Hog, you cannot say, have you unlocked fun yet?
Yeah.
I mean, you're in a tournament with a cash prize, okay? Like,
Yeah, just get the dub.
just get the dub. Like, Yas could very well play the Orisa if they wanted to. I think they're just here to have fun, which is fair enough. I don't blame.
If I'm Senna killing 5 people in that fight, I think I'm having fun.
Oh yeah, Senna was having fun. Like, Senna definitely did unlock fun in the Battle Pass. It was tier 1.
But no, I mean, that's kind of the matchup that you're going to get when you have a silly team against a quote-unquote real team. You know, I mean, they play meta, and it works for them. And I think that's kind of what we expected heading into this, but actually seeing it in action, I mean, whole different ball game entirely. I think it's a very different showcase of what Oyas can do on the server, you know, compared to when they were playing their previous matchup against a team who was willing to, you know, play their own game, you know, match them in terms of their mood, and very much on the back foot. They don't really seem to have an answer to what that we're seeing out of the Drainers, and you know, that is a little bit worrying for me because, you know, when you are playing these silly comps, you have to know that you're playing into a standing composition, and you have to have your swaps and your counterplay worked out to a T.
Yeah, but then again, they did say last match that they didn't want to counter swap on Iconvolt. Then they
being
proceeded
silly
to try and counter swap, and it still didn't work. So I don't want to say that the Hog composition is flawed, but when you're not playing against
The
the
Hog
Hog
composition is
composition,
flawed.
it is flawed, right? The Hog gets bullied around by the Orisa. That takes up so many of the resources that could otherwise be put into your DPS, who should be doing the work there, following up on the hooks. But who do you hook when there's a gold Orisa in your face? Exactly! You're speechless. And like that's the thing. You can't get value on Roadhog when there's an Orisa bullying you. It applies kind of the same to like how a Ram composition would or a Mauga, right? They will just feed off of the Roadhog.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, Iconvolt, by the looks of things, going to be coming up next. That is, of course, going to be the choice of Oyas. Again, we saw them lose it in that previous series, so we're seeing a little bit of deja vu. Of course, this is the third Iconvolt of today.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Is there a script? Has Head Ramen paid you guys off? Like, what's happening?
Look, I know Midtown is mid, but you've got to play it at some point, okay? They're like... The Hog, unironically, I think would work better on Midtown than it would on Iconvolt in some ways. First point, definitely. Maybe not second. Third, you could probably get away with it because there's a lot of like long DPS angles.
I guess. I don't know. I've never really
thought
about
about
before.
it.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, Hog hasn't been a thing you have to think about since, like, what was it? Overwatch League Stage 1 playoffs is the last time I actually remember watching a Hog meta.
Overwatch League Season 1 playoffs.
That was Hook Holt.
Oh, Hook Holt. Yeah. That was... God, that's ancient. That's what pulled pork is. That's why I referenced it earlier. Like... It's the composition they're playing is the same concept. You pull them in, you may wall to prevent resources from saving them, but yeah, like it just doesn't work when you're into an Orisa, and that's why you're going to see Karma onto the Mauga now.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. If I am playing a Mauga, I'm very much wanting a Lucio as well, so Karma might struggle to rotate, so we'll see how they are able to play around this space, especially on the attack. Nothing new from the Drainers, exactly what they'd expect to see, and this Orisa comp is still very playable into the Mauga. Just requires Kindred to be a little bit more passive. She can very well play into it, and again, it's going to be a lot more railguns for Senna, another big hitbox ground tank for Senna just to farm railguns off of. We've seen what that can do before, so I'm a little bit worried for Oyas. And more railguns as well means more pressure onto Afi with this pocket, in fact. This is a very strange comp that Oyas are running.
Yeah, and Senna farming these rails, we've seen what Senna can do with the rails.
How do you die there?
H-Key has been getting the worst of these trades. Like, you have to say, Sabatabi is doing stuff. Senna gets stunned up there as well by the Mauga, so almost falls. Will, of course, just back up into this tiny room, but the Lucio's going to get caught out there. Poryu almost goes down, Kindred tanks the damage for them. Macy almost goes down there as well, but yes, happy to just take angles on this objective. You've got a Mercy just sitting above the objective. Heal botting a Mauga as Sabatabi and Afi do all of the work. Who needs a pocket on the Echo? Pocket your Mauga.
This is absolutely lightning fast. HK is able to pull the trade, and Kindred still online on the objective, but for how long has to be the question. Afi going to be resurrected and Kindred dispatched at the same time, so simultaneously. Oh yes. 5.5 minutes on the timing. Where was this in the previous 3 maps we've seen from them? I mean, the reason I was kind of maybe reticent about this composition is because of the lack of resources going into the Mauga. I mean, Macy are often going to have to full pocket Karma, because of the resources going into your Echo, right? At no speed as well, you can't get into position as easily. That kind of implies that Karma will be a point of pain, but instead, able to force value using some great overruns to find that. Yeah, Senna's struggling there, but who wouldn't?
Yeah, who wouldn't? I mean, that's a Moth Mercy right there. As Senna has this high ground, but not really able to do much with it so far in the team fight. Instead, it's going to be Aramori that goes down. Maybe if Senna was there to peel, that could have been turned around, but like this high ground just isn't working out. You get a Terror Surge there, which helps to take out Karma with an assist from Horyu, but Sabatabi killing off Kindred means it doesn't matter. You'll get a res here onto Karma, everyone's back in full force, and the payload will keep rolling.
That it will. I mean, if you're able to cancel the res at least, then there's a real chance for you, especially be able to get the kill onto Adrenalinda, but as it stands, you have to see the space once again. Senna, an opening. Finally, there's something to celebrate here for the Drainers.
Yeah, the Chengdu Drainers here, they're happy to stabilize with that kill onto Appy. Prevents a lot of that high ground pressure. That's a creative cage, I'll say that. Nice little dink there onto Sabatabi. Second one as well to follow it up. Senna doing some good work now. Hearing me not really singing their praises. Turn me up.
I mean, almost takes care of Appy once again, but both members will be healed up. Deadeye now online. That means Appy has to be extra judicious with the space that they control, because if they end up, flying a little bit too close to the sun, Senna's more than happy to absolutely shut them down. Karma too could well be punished with the Deadeye. Let's see if it ends up being invested. Wolf Pulse comes through from HG. Will at least, won't survive to tell the tale as Sabatabi gets an opening kill.
Yeah, Sabatabi once again opening up this team fight here for Aryas. Can they convert it though is the question. You've got a beat coming through here from Horyu to try and keep Kindred alive on the Mauga. Just putting a lot of pressure onto the cart. Karma gets hit by a High Noon as well. Adrenalinda gonna pop this Valk, sustain on board, but Sabatabi gets taken down. Senna, once again, looking to be the savior here for Chengdu. Lots of damage into Karma there, who just barely stays alive. Jumps down onto the low ground now to get away from the threat, and Kindred is able to go rampant up on this cart. And yes, I've kind of taken a soft disengage here. Sabatabi not going to be so lucky here as Karma is back into the fight. But it's just back and forth now. It's going to be a cage fight between these two Maugas as Aramori keeps their own, just barely alive Kindred on a sliver of health.
Mauga Gaming.
That's
That's what you see there. Adrenalinda resets, but it seems like this has been the adaptation that has allowed Chengdu Drainers a real foot back into this defense. Just able to mark Karma not going down to whenever the engage comes through from the Mauga. I will say though, I mean, shield coming through, that cage fight could well spell the difference maker. Poryu could beat it, but other than that, I'm not quite sure what defensive countermeasures you have. No EMP to cancel out ultimate entirely, so see how the Drainers like to play around it.
You could get creative. You have a Kitsune Rush, that's 2 Suzus, and then you've got a beat. Like, that can outlast a cage fight, but that's 2 support ultimates, and Sabatabi goes down, so it's the question of whether this cage fight will actually get used, or if Aryas take a soft disengage here, which looks like it should be the case. However, these two players here are going to have a terrible time disengaging.
Yeah, Macy's going to be staggered, Appy is going to be dispatched, and so will the rest of Aryas. Down to minute 40 seconds. What the fuck?
Aramori goes down to Macy, who is still alive and thriving. They're 2
That's
feet
a little
away
bit
now.
silly, goofy. I mean, she will be able to get back in relatively okay time, especially because Poryu goes for the taxi. Kindred could get poked out, though. This is getting awkward already for the Drainers.
Yeah, Aramori gone means Kindred has no sustain, right? Aramori now TP's back and gets onto a high ground, but Appy going down here. Good stuff from HK. Almost gets taken out by Sabatabi here, barely escaping. What a kill from Senna there as well, hitting a body shot and a headshot. Senna on the Widowmaker, doing crazy stuff.
Sabatabi, I understand your pain. I've been there before. I mean, sometimes with the Tracer duels, it's so close and yet so far, but, giving that time just allows Senna time to cook, and she just absolutely flattens you. A gourmet dish on the Widowmaker. And now, yes.
No, don't do it to him. Oh, it's spawn camping. What the tuna. What the tuna indeed. No, yeah, I agree with you. What is the spawn camp? Why are you investing a cage fight in the spawn that gets nothing? Pulse bomb in, D-Max and kills Macy. Good stuff there as these two players are still stuck in the cage fight, and that's a lot of value to be gained for the Chengdu Drainers there. They make it work. The sacrifice was worth it.
I mean, I guess. But still, closer spawns for Aryas. Kindred goes to the ball to get back a little bit faster. Last fight, yes, but these are already concessions you don't need to make, and Senna goes down. That's much worse.
Okay, Tracer Duel back on board. H-Key gets destroyed by Karma. Good peel coming through there as Yas decide, you know what? Diva is the play. Deal with H-Key, and now deal with Kindred, who's on the Wrecking Ball. This is becoming crazy.
Absolutely. So we'll see how these much more mobile compositions can crash in this final engagement on the bridge. Start line is normally better for the ground tank. Beat allows the aggression.
Yep, the sound barrier comes in. Chengdu sustained from it, but I mean, they get one kill. Adrenalinda goes down. Senna trying to outduel a duplicated Tracer here. Can't get the headshot through this time, but look at the value Kindred gained there, actually, you know? If Senna goes down, doesn't matter. 2 kills gained from Kindred. And now Yas are struggling to stay alive on the point. H-Key almost has a kill there as Karma Remix Poryu removing the Lucio. Tank duel on the point now as Symmetra is in to stall. Senna putting the turrets up on the point, preventing any easy stall from occurring. And that is one hell of a comeback for Chengdu Drainers there.
Lovely rush. Yeah, that's a flip coming through. It's going to be the remaining members of Yas dispatched, and the buck stopped pretty firmly on the bridge of Eichenwalde. So at least in this series here, we will not be seeing the third point. We will not be seeing the inside of the castle. Have to say though, I mean, if I am Yas, then you love getting that flip so quickly on the first point, right? I mean, it was a 5.5 minute time bank, but once it was a Senna over to, you know, a little bit more comfortable hit scans, you know, this Cassidy, Widow, but what have you. And once it was especially Kindred over to the Manga, that's where you really see them, you know, begin to come into their own. And so absolutely crazy defense comes through from the Drainers and puts themselves, maybe not in pole position, but oh, so that's how Karma went off the map.
Wait, where was that?
It was like over the bridge. Like, you know, the little jump that you get at the end when you try and get the stun, just overshot.
So they just missed that little bit at the bottom, I suppose. Wow. Crazy stuff. I mean, I was expecting Chengdu to just sit here and play the Orisa the whole time. They swapped to the Wrecking Ball. Then they are now on the Junker Queen, potentially on their attack. Karma's going over to a Ramatra in order to play a Death Ball composition. The problem is, this Death Ball has no Lucio. How are you going to engage? How are you going to disengage with just a Moira in a map?
I don't know. I think you do have the Symmetra to reposition, yes, but the Lucio still provides so much utility that I'm not quite in love with this. Yas are playing around their, you know, compositional, you know, issues. I think Noi is a bit of a one trick. Oh, I love this strat from Yas. Chengdu surely not going to expect this.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to expect it, but they know how to deal with it. Burn disruptor shot, TP away, but they get hit there by a knife. Kindred getting that kill. Great stuff. Appy down, and that's your main source of damage going in this team fight now, as Calm is under so much flack. Immortality in, but the axe is huge. Kindred, 70% to the Rampage already. They'll probably build up the Rampage by this cap.
I mean, she just puts him in the blender. We spoke about how good she is on the Queen in the pre-show, and showing us exactly why here. That's a Rampage, basically already built. Karma stops the Queen to mirror it out, but I mean, you look at the lead in the order cards, we could be seeing a lap in the Rampages. Pull gets awkward, but still, that's 5.5 minutes, same time back that their opponents had. Sabotabi's on the rats.
The Junkrat Symmetra. This is what you play on Legion Control Center. This is not what you play on Eichenwalde 2nd. Okay? Take notes, plat players. We have a venture in now from Afi, which could turn the tides a little bit, but they're not going to get here for a little while. Sabotabi is just in. Sabotabi just throws away their life. Oh, Senna on the Widowmaker now to try and deal with these long-range angles that, you know, the BAP can have the Junkrat. Karma finds Kindred, and it's all right now for them. They actually stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, Senna, you know, because the Widow's probably not the best pick here, and fair enough to him. Oh no, just back to spawn. Hasn't changed yet. Decides Ashe is the best pick. HK, you know, flirting with the payload, just trying to get some extra payloads. Progress. Aramori dispatch, though, and a Cole engage means that it will be a stabilization here for Yas until Kindred rips the ultimate.
Yeah, Kindred goes in, manages to find at least Karma with the Rampage, but then the Sound Barrier to sustain as well, getting a ton of value out of those two ultimates, ending the team fight there. And to be fair, this cart will get so far. Oh no!
I almost. Okay, that was scary.
You
that
literally
was
crouched. You physically crouched.
I mean, So that was great from Drainers.
You know?
Kindred goes down, but what it ends up being is that you use the beat to keep Kindred alive. So you keep a super long pressure cycle, you have a super long period of time where you're in a better position than your opponents, and it's super hard for Oyas to come back from that. If they can take this fight long, then they have ult. Savage have it already down.
Kitsune rushes in. Adrenaline Matrix to respond. Adrenalinda trying to put in some damage, but there's a pulse bomb on the point. Karma goes so low here, and even though Sen is down, it doesn't matter. H-Key is in the back, looking to take down Adrenalinda. The Immortality's gone, so that's a kill confirmed. Almost finding the Venture as well. Ball and Chengdu Drainers really showing their dominance in this matchup as they take the series 2-0, and to be honest, way too convincingly.
I mean, that's been our quickest series of the day by a significant manner, right? I mean, we've had our super close matchup, game 1 between Green Fortnite and their opponents. Playing the full Orisa Mirror, Metagirls played fantastic, couldn't win it out, but that went to 3, right? Only went to 2 in our previous of Oyas versus their own opponents. It was close. They were playing some crazy nonsense, took us a while. Here, Chengdu kind of just ran at them. And they played the Orisa, and they seemed so comfortable on it that they just were not shut down. That blink of... I suppose if I'm HG and that gets recorded, put on stream, I might just move to Tibet and never be seen again.
Yeah.
But as it stands, I think going to be happy enough with the victory. So Chengdu Drainers can pat themselves on the back with the knowledge of a job well done. They had a variety of tangents thrown at them. Actually, Oyas pulled up every trick in the book, but just not enough to overcome the sheer mechanical might the Drainers have.
Yeah, I mean, the Chengdu Drainers played mostly meta. They played a little bit of Maoge, and Karma also did, and then jumped off the map. And then they played a Bull, and then they played a Junker Queen, and then there was a Diva from Oyas. There was a lot of swapping going on here. On Icon Ball, which I think it's probably the most flexible map in the ball to be doing these kind of swaps. However, if Oyas just played meta from the start, I feel like they would have been able to get a better read on how Chengdu were playing, because all they were really doing was taking angles and letting Kindred rampage in the front line. As a figure of speech, not actually the ultimate rampage, but just also rampaging and going crazy in the front line. Whether it was Orisa, whether it was Mauga, whether it was Junker Queen, didn't matter. Kindred was just free to do whatever.
I mean, a fantastic tank player for a reason.
Yeah.
I mean, it has great results in pretty much every tournament that has been around, semi-recently. And again, we see exactly why there. I'm still a little bit in shock about that rampage ult charge that we just saw, right? I mean,
80% in 25 seconds.
Yeah, just bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Considering that Junker Queen, got nerfed for that a couple of times specifically just because of how quick that was charging. I mean, I'm just absolutely blown away. It was.
Because you have the initial axe damage, then you then have the healing, you then have the damage over time, and you're actually dealing damage.
And then you have another axe quickly as well.
Yeah. It's crazy stuff. And I think that Junker Queen was a bit of a curveball that Oyas were not expecting. It shows the flexibility of Chengdu Drainers here. And I think, and this could be going on a limb here, I'm saying they're probably one of the favorites in this tournament. Top 2 at least.
I would be very surprised if they wouldn't. Just a roster of decorated players who have great results in previous WMB events, and looking to get another one here in Kunoichi Kommotion EU bracket. That's been our 3rd game of the day. We're going to go to a short break, but when we're back, we'll have the conclusion of today. We will finish out our round robin brackets, and we have an idea of who will be going through into the playoffs. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Welcome everyone back to the Kunoichi Kommotion EU Open Bracket. We have our final round robin game of the day here. It's going to be a fun one actually. It's Chengdu Drainer versus Green Fortnite, the teams I have in my top two currently.
I mean, we've seen fantastic series out of both these two rosters, and finally we get to see them in the head-to-head to decide, perhaps pre-playoffs, who's going to be top dogs. We're going to see the Chengdu Drainers lineup once again, refresh our memory to the team we've just saw absolutely dominate in that last series. Senna, Kindred, Aramori Poyu, and Par, of course, going to be taking to the server. We just saw them absolutely tear things up. I mean, they all had a fantastic series. I mean, Senna, Kindred, probably the two stand out to me the most, but I mean, that doesn't take away from the other three members. They are a fantastic group of 5 players and absolutely terrifying in the server. But against them, Green Fortnite, UK drill version, for the final time this night. Going to be contesting them. I mean, equally have been playing so well. Sawhill, Bun, X10, Z-Man, Halo. Just fantastic.
I mean, it's a good roster for both sides. And I think on paper, this is a close game. It all comes down to how well they play meta. Because what did Chengdu Drainers come out on? Meta. What did I play? Meta, right? We're expecting just a meta matchup here where you can be playing the Orisa, you can be playing the Sojourn Tracer, Bat Lucio or Kiri Lucio, more likely the Kiri. Because as we've seen, that's usually a bit better in terms of kiting, taking angles, getting value out of the kunai. The BAP is usually just better in the long fights. So if either of these teams prefer those long fights, I mean, Chengdu Drainers seemed to enjoy those very scrappy brawls last time. Could see the BAP, but I think we're more likely to see a full mirror on the Kiri here.
Absolutely. I mean, again, BAP does have its use cases and, trying to hard shoot frontline. Yeah. But if you don't want to do that, Kiri is kind of more consistent. Kiri is easier in a lot of scenarios, especially having that survivability on the backline. Or just removes a huge win condition. The Baptiste opens up, it's just running at the backline. So I would expect not to see the Baptiste, except for on a certain sub-map, as we do have our final map of the day, going to be Lijiang Tower. We go to Control Center here, and I actually would probably expect to see the BAP. The chokes kind of force you just to shoot each other in the face a bunch. So there, I think Baptiste may be even optimal. Outside of that, though, the other two, Kiriko is going to be consistent.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Kiri here, unless you're going to play like a Mauga, right? You could play the BAP there, I suppose. It helps out in times where, you're in a cage fight or, stuff like that, to have the immortality field there. But it serves the same purpose as a Suzu does, because it'll just get immediately destroyed. All you're really playing it for is the extra sustain the Baptiste brings at the cost of quick kills out of the kunai. So Lijiang, probably going to see the Kiri. I don't think we're going to see any deviations like the Roadhog that we saw earlier today from Aryas. Yeah, we had 2 games of that. I think we've had enough Roadhog
the
for
silliness
today.
has been contained. We've removed the silliness now, so now just serious Overwatch. Everyone's going to be, I don't know, probably a little bit more locked in, I think.
Yeah, and we were talking at the start of the day, we're absorbing the negative energy, absorbing the tech issues and all that. We also absorb the silliness, and now it is contained within us, but not within these players. So, in an ideal world, we are silly, the players are not.
I mean, because we're actually off broadcast, most of the time you wouldn't know this, but normally when we're actually casting, we're kind of putting silly faces, dancing, clicking our heels as well, You got to get some motion in here when you're allowed to stand up.
We're hitting the gritty, You want to hit the gritty for us?
Let's not do that.
Okay. just put my bit to waste there, Spectrian. But either way, I do think we're going to have a bit more of a serious match here. No doing little jigs in the middle of the match. And we could actually see like a very big matchup in X10 versus Senna here, because those are our Sojin players, and those are our, I think, best Sojin players in this tournament currently. I don't think we're going to see as much of an emphasis on the Tracer duel as we did last game with sort of Sabatabi versus H-Key. I think we're just going to see that Sojin really be the key determining factor, because a lot of these times Sojin's getting these first kills, whether it's onto a Lucio or a Kiri or something like that. That is the defining moment of the fight, the start of the fight, and then converting on that.
Yes, but remember, we've been seeing Bun try their absolute best to play the Genji. Right? So into the Tracer. That means that's probably firstly not like to be much of a Tracer.
Yeah.
Kind of 1v1, but also, I mean, how that matchup ends up unfolding, because we've seen it go actually in the way of Bun. You know, actually, when we have seen that head-to-head go into effects, and of course, Genji, I think, are normally a little bit better at getting the kills onto the Orisa. Dragon Blade, apparently in Bun's hands, is just a fight win. So that is going to be, again, another bit of a wrinkle in the matchup. True. If the Tracer on the Drainer's side, though, is able to just consistently pressure backline, just really make Z-Man and Halo's lives as uncomfortable, then could be a bit of a disadvantage. The maybe opportunity lost, not being able to mark your opponent's Tracers effectively, could come back to bite Green Fortnite in the behind. Again, only time will tell, though. All we can really do at this point is speculate.
Yeah, it's all speculation. We could just see Bun revert back to the Tracer, or we could see that Genji. We don't really know what Green Fortnite have been playing for the past 2 games, because we've been casting Oyas for both of those games. And, you know, it's hard to say if they're going to stick to that Genji or the Tracer. It just depends on how they're feeling, really.
Yeah.
I do think, like you say, that Genji is just going to be better at confirming kills, whereas that Tracer is going to be more poking, prodding, trying to get resources out. The Dragon Blade, I think, is crucial, though. You have to save kind of your sound barrier for that in most cases, and that could really change the dynamic of how this matchup works, especially if you're on a Tracer, you're not going to be able to force out that beat as easily.
That's true, and it does kind of raise the possibility of seeing an Ajax. I think we've been Ajax-free, actually, today, which feels almost strange to say, considering...
We almost had one earlier.
But we haven't yet.
Yeah, we haven't. Luckily. Because we absorbed the bad energy.
Yeah, still one more map to go. Still could happen. I'm not raising anything just yet. So you are seeing some small issues in getting everything ready, right and tight. So we will take a hot second to just get everything sorted out.
I think someone's at AFK, probably gone for a bio break, because it has been a long day of EU games. And then some of these players are also going to continue on to the NA bracket,
realistically.
Huh?
I'm assuming they're all actually going to an A bracket, actually. I mean, you look at the lobby, I'm trying to think, but pretty much all of these players are NA. Senna isn't, X10 is Cambodian. Yeah. But other than that,
most players in this lobby are NA. So we're going to be seeing an NA matchup that we could end up seeing later on anyway. Because, and this is actually really funny, we should probably mention this. One of the teams that was playing in the NA bracket didn't know there was an EU bracket. Sketchy's team. So we now have an NA team that is EU playing at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and they didn't know there was an EU bracket.
That's one of the teams of all time, too. So I'm looking forward to watching those games. I won't be casting it, but I will be watching with a critical eye. I'll put it that way. That's who else is on that team? Cafo, Hannah, Sophie, Confusion. That's
Sketchy.
That's one of the teams of all time.
It's going to be an interesting one, I think, for the EU players on the NA teams. But it's going to be the same situation we're seeing with these teams, where if majority players are EU and then the NA players have to play on EU servers, they're on
if
ping.
If you can force EU ping in an NA tournament, that'd be respectful.
That would be so funny. I don't think the moderators would let that happen, like the admins. But who knows? It could possibly happen. It automatically chooses it, right? So it's potential. But some of these players are NA playing on EU, so it's nothing we've not seen before.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd say that in the whole, EU players pay a little bit more on NA, but it's very... It's a small line to draw, I think. So no real big advantage. It looks like everything has been sorted out. We are heading into the action. So our final series of the day, folks. Chengdu Drainers versus Green Fortnite is going to open up here on Lijiang Tower. And by the looks of things, it's going to be on Night Market. Yeah. No real question in my mind what tanks we're seeing. Almost the Orisa guaranteed. But the real question is what the DPS move towards. Cassidy, Genji, Tracer, Sojin. What combination will be assembled? What will be how they elect to play out? Looks like Sojourn Tracer for the side of the Drainers, and at least for now, Green Fortnite hiding their cards, keeping their hand close to their chests.
You forgot something there. It's Green Fortnite UK drill version, remember? So, but no, I think they're going to play the Tracer or the Genji, right? Bun going to TP out, probably play the Tracer or the Genji. I don't see a Pharah being played here.
No,
they teased it, but I don't see
they
it.
Are being silly
Zedman has not picked a hero.
They're going to go Kiriko very likely, so it doesn't really matter. Because you can just TP
Zedman
out.
has not picked a hero.
This seems suboptimal.
Yeah, there's a pause. Come on, Spection. You got to do your part in absorbing the bad energy as well.
I mean, I was hopeful for a bit. I thought it was just a little bit of a haha funny, have to feel something. But no, it looks like we are lacking a player for a while. So unfortunately, we did get teased a bit. But hopefully it won't be too long before we can get back into the action.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a case of just waiting for Zedman to get back. They've gone back to lobby now, so they're going to just re-go into the game. Means we could have a different map we start on, but I don't think that's going to matter too much, right?
No,
I don't see them playing anything different.
I mean, like we mentioned earlier, you could go Bapcast on Control Sensor.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's not a huge change you can make. I think Genji's a little bit better on Control Sensor. You could do that as well.
You could go the
but
Rat.
I would be more sad then.
What about Rat Torbjorn with a hog?
We've already seen Oyas play. We've already seen Chili and
I'm
Ayers
manifesting it, okay?
Do you want to see more of this?
I mean, look, it was chaotic, and that's fun, I love chaos, and we're casters, we love chaos, I mean, play-by-play is probably a bit more than colours do.
I can't colour anything when they're playing. It's like
exactly.
And they did the silly comp, and then they shot the people.
Then it's great for me, because I can just sit there and shout. It's great. But we are back in. We are going to the exact same map again.
Yep, Z-Man's birthday, so celebrating it, and looking to celebrate it with a victory here too. Hopefully.
I mean, they've got their work cut out for them. I would favour Chengdu Drainers here. In fact, what's your pred? What's your pred for this match?
Probably the Drainers as well. If I had to make a guess. Yeah. But honestly, it's very, very up in the air here. I would not be surprised if either team won. Just very, very certain that we're going to have a close matchup here. Probably will go all three. So finally, door's going to unlock. This time, all players have locked in. Looks like a full mirror. The only question going to be whether Bun and HK end up mirroring on the Tracer. And
Tracer.
then they will.
Okay, yeah. So we got the Tracer instead of the Genji. I think that's a good start, because Green Fortnite don't know whether they're able to play the Genji into Chengdu's style yet, right? This is the safe option. We're just going to have HK and Bun marking each other. A bit more difficult now that Bun is just gone in. I mean, there was a bit of appeal from Horyu there, but not able to do too much right now. Chengdu Drain is playing very passive. He actually let Senna die there because they're just very hesitant to go in. But Bun certainly isn't. Finds HK, and that should be a cap coming up here for Green Fortnite.
I mean, Bun has been playing Genji the entire day, but that doesn't mean she can't play Tracer. Just absolutely dumps his HK in their first matchup, and it's Green Fortnite with the first cap here. Not going to be as hard attacking as some of our previous teams because they have the Lucio speed, but Senna put on watch by a railgun from X10. She's going to need to be topped up before they regress.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're going to wait for all your resources and health to be back before you get in. Kindred, okay, that's a good spin there. Gets Sawhill right out the way, forcing these resources to be invested. X10 stays alive. Great Suzu coming through there from Zedman as they use that Kitsune rush now, getting it before Aramori, very crucially, and now they can go aggro. Great shot comes through there, dipping Senna, and that should be a team fight win off the back of a quick Kitsune rush.
If Senna is allowed to continue fighting there, Chengdu win that fight, I'm pretty certain of. X10 though, a lovely headshot, removing our opposite number and stabilizing very easily for Green Fortnite. I mean, the situation they were in was dire. They had no cleanse, forced back in terms of space, and of course, just after a pick from Senna, they need a hero moment, so huge props to X10 for stepping up here. Gonna need to have another one of those Bun falls.
HK finds Bun, so Chengdu just gonna try and take presence on the point, hold it down, force Green Fortnite away, and they're happy. They're happy to disengage, and they know they have the ultimate advantage. They know they can come back in with tempo. Sound barrier, overclock, that can deal a lot of damage. Just need to wait for that player to get back. Bun gonna flank around the side, maybe look for a pulse here. Senna goes extremely low. Not going to get finished off, though. It's going to be the overclock from X10 to try and put in some damage. However, that was a really good Kitsune rush in response, forcing Green Fortnite back.
At the end of the day, both ults find very little, but it is Drainers who are in control of the point. Senna, though, loses control of the character.
X10, what are you doing? That was a crazy flick. Kindred going for a Hail Mary Terror Surge as the beat comes through there. But guess what? That's going to pierce through it. That Terror Surge from Sawhill finds Kindred. X10 taken down by Aramori. That's a clutch kill, but is it enough to turn the fight around? Doesn't look like it. Overclock's going to be invested by Senna on the outskirts. Bit too late there, though.
It gets the beat out of Halo, so on the whole, I don't think that's actually the worst choice possible. All the while, as well, the point percentage has been ticking up for Chengdu Drainers, so even though they lose up the fight and spend ults doing so, then they haven't left themselves in a terrible position. Ults are in favor of Green Fortnite, as they have that Kitsune Rush, as well as, of course, these mirrored pulse bombs. But if I am Drainers, then I'm probably looking to take a quick fight. I know that, we have a bit of an opening, and I'm also, ticking up in percentage. You need to kind of get going.
Well, Button looking for a pulse in the back here. Instead, it's going to be H-Key. Using theirs first. Bit of a recall there. Not really needed from Button, but puts enough damage onto H-Key. Gets that kill. Halo confirms it. Now it's going to be aggro up there to finish off Kindred. Halo boops off Poryu. Lucio diff. And now it's just going to be a bit more stalling. Nah, Javelin comes through. Good stuff there to force Senna away. And that is the first point going to Green Fortnite. Just barely, I think. Chengdu had very good opportunities in some of those fights.
X10 had railguns. More like it. I mean, consistently winning out the 1v1 into Senna. If these shots aren't coming through, then I don't think there's a real chance here.
Well, I think if they rotated a bit more cleanly as well, right, didn't let those railguns happen, I think like backing off and rotating in the line of sight of that Sojin, knowing that rails up was the problem. Not that the hand wasn't forced in some of those situations.
I mean, that's kind of what you would just expect. I feel like these rotates haven't actually been super unclean. It's also just crazy shooting from X10. Have to put them respect on them. They're playing center element. Ramatra out. We spoke about how BAP could be played here, but Chengdu wants to play the whole Ram composition.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why, but the Orisa just does everything better and has CC. So I think Kindred is going to have a very, very hard time sort of staying alive here. I think it's more about just trying to get in there with the Nemesis and proc tempo. There we go. Sawhill caught out on that rotate is exactly what you need here for the Drainers.
So Kindred will have a lot stronger cycles than Sawhill, about even in the poke, but it's a lot less survivability. HK dying makes it awkward. Z-Man trades though, so still the lead for the Drainers. I imagine it will just be cleanup. If I am Green Fortnite, I'm just looking to back, because hemorrhaging any more members here means their re-aggress is going to be a hell of a lot slower. It's push, and Bun punished for their insolence.
Yeah, good stuff there. I think coming into this fight now, Chengdu Drainers, like you say, they have these better cycles. They want to save their Nemesis for when it matters most.
Absolutely. They're hoping to use it maybe now, actually. Sawhill burns many cooldowns to get in deep control of the space, and doesn't find too much from that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Sawhill got in there, used the Javelin Spin, used the Fortify, and then has no escape options. Kindred doesn't even need to use a Nemesis there. They just use it out of the sake of it.
And Senna's finding a little bit more value now on this Cassidy. I mean, maybe a little bit easier in general because there's less flanks to access, but still has a lot more comfortable 1v1s into Bun and X10, who haven't really been able to build into this series whatsoever. Note the super passive positioning of the Drainers. They just want to extend this poke phase for as long as possible.
Yeah, the more poke there is, the more resources Sawhill has to use, and the better that Nemesis proc is going to be. Kindred has been so patient with it so far. Problem is, though, you've got Bun with a Pulse Bomb to punish it after it comes through. Good at Matrix here to put in some more healing onto Kindred as that Nemesis comes through, and Bun taken down means no opportunity for a Pulse Bomb. Sawhill, though, once again, and it's going to be a beat here from Poryu just to drive this one home. The Terror Surge comes through there, actually, just to try and get a kill, and it turns the fight. X10 with the Overclock as well, putting in the work. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, huge. I mean, also a heavy spend is I think the real difference maker here. Everything but the pulse bomb thrown into the fight, and it's kind of hard not to win that out. And on kind of the flip side of things, this annihilation from Kindred going to be totally unanswered now, so even if Bun pulses, then I'm not quite sure that's going to be enough to stop her. It has to be great focus fire, else Kindred is just going to get a lightning fast split back.
Pulse in. No immortality used. Aramori very, very disciplined there. as a High Noon gets stunned out. Wow, okay. And all each side there, but Kindred has this Annihilation, and nobody else has an ultimate to do anything about it. They're going to wait for it, though. They're going to use it mid-fight. Keep themselves alive. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto Halo there. They get taken down. Annihilation in to clean up, knowing it's 80% on the board, and there's nothing you can do to stay alive there.
Absolutely not, no. I did get a little bit worried there. Z-Man, in this meantime, has been able to farm up Stack Kitsune Rush, but not having a chance to leverage it in this fight, and 13% left to go. A touch is going to be tricky at the best of times. Full green Fortnite has to be Bun or Halo to get onto the objective. And a possibility, we'll see how good the focus fight is. Halo's on. Overtime started.
Yeah, Halo gets on, almost sacrifices his life for it, but the good thing is that they stay alive. They now have the speed boost to get Sohail in. Uses that Terror Surge. A lot of damage, forces the immortality, good stuff. Nemesis is on here for Kindred, but taking a lot of damage, even through that Amp Matrix. A DPS passive coming in so useful as Sohail finishes off that kill. And as long as they can convert this, it's good for Green Fortnite, but Sohail going down, and X10 getting caught out by Senna. This could be turned around. Chunky Drainers flanking around the side now, looking to clean it with a bit of a High Noon just to force everyone off the cart. Off the point, sorry. Yeah, nice kill into Halo there. Bun tries to clutch with a pulse.
You have to here. It's 99% last fight territory. You have to fight for this, and Senna just shutting them down. The duplicate, or the Doomfist, sorry, from Sohail is also eliminated. While there are two members yet to throw their bodies onto the objective, their chance of victory is nil. So off the nil mark is the Drainers here on this map. Lijiang Tower goes 1-on-1. We were promised a close series, and so far it is delivering.
Yeah, there's been some good plays, especially from these DPS, but I want to give a special mention here to Kindred. Been so patient on the tank, waiting to use resources until this. Oh, that's actually.
Oh no!
Oh, I was gonna say that's good tech, but that's embarrassing. As I was saying, Kindred, very patient, good resource usage there. I like that.
That is actually crazy. You don't see that every. Let's move on, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Kindred, has been super passive on the Ramattra. One thing you'll note with a lot of maybe weaker Ramattras is they just take too much damage, but she's done a great job mitigating how much she takes to allow Aramori enough time to both help the rest of her team, as well as deal the damage that Baptiste needs to. Again, taking the Ram into the Erythral, see how it works out.
This is so much damage on Sohail early. X10 finds the kill on Taporayu to at least even things up, but with Sohail going down, it's not the best here. X10 just looking to build up a rail, wastes it there. Maybe a bit of a misclick, but either way, Chungu Drain is on the point. No way to force yourself on without an Orisa.
Yeah, that's a quick first cap coming through here. And again, set up defensively, this is going to be so much harder to unseat because they have that added defensive bonus of that Nemesis form, as well as having that shield to allow you to poke harder. So if I'm Green Fortnite, I'm thinking about going for a right room rotation, and Senna just flattens Z-Man.
Yep, Senna, early kill, and this is the thing, like, it's all down to whichever DPS gets the first kill, In a lot of these fights, it's X10 or Bun or HK, Senna as well. Playing the Cassidy, you're not expecting to get first kills, but you're glad when it happens.
Exactly. It's just so convenient, and HK's now set up to punish the walk. Sohail doesn't notice. She's in for free.
Nice poking in the back, drawing resource. That's two players distracted. And look at the resources pulling away from Sohail as well. No speed boost to get in, so that engage is a little bit disjointed. Immortality comes in from Aramoi to sustain Kindred through that Kitsune. Doesn't matter. Senna is going to find a kill onto Bun to turn things around. Sohail as well going down. Sohail keeps dying. This is the problem. You can't sustain Sohail.
That's going to happen time and time again, unfortunately. Note the double hit scan setup in Green Fortnite playing. They want to put all their eggs into this poke basket, but unfortunately, don't really have the backline for it, in my opinion. X10 is pushing forward. They have progress, and a pick 2. This is their best chance yet.
Yeah, Aramori going down. Nothing to sustain Kindred, but with the Nemesis and Annihilation online, I mean, if people stayed alive there, it would have been winnable, but just stalling is good enough there.
Oh, lovely railgun too, and that is the first progress here for Green Fortnite, but will it be enough? Ult's online for pretty much everyone in back, so this is going to be the big fight. Remember, this Annihilation from Kindred so far has a 100% fight conversion rate. See if that comes through. There are tools now to shut it down, though. The Deadeye from Bun, a great one beat as well to allow the sustainability to actually get the damage through. So we'll see how judicious Kindred has to be when popping the Deathstorm.
Yeah, I mean, the Annihilation, if you can use it when the beat is gone from Halo, that's an ideal time to use it. I don't want to see Poryu use it before Halo to try and force that, though. It's very tricky situation here for the Chengdu Drainers as Kindred just engages with tempo. There's the beat. Halo's going to respond. Now you can use a mid-fight Annihilation for Kindred. This is exactly the situation you want, but it's thrown away by the Javelin spin, kiting it very well as there's a flank High Noon coming through here from Bun. Can't find anything around the side there as that Annihilation gets shut down. Kindred took too long to get value with it. What a boop! Halo finds 2 off the map, almost a third. Good stuff there.
Not too bad at all. And you're able to save through the Kitsune Rush, which gives you A, the ability to go aggressive on bridge, or B, the ability to play super passive along these court line sight lines. So Chengdu Drainers don't really have a great area of the map to play around. They like to go white room, but still that forces the choke, and in any engage through the choke, then double hit scan is just going to tear them to shreds. On the back foot now are the Drainers, and it could be one fight territory here with the amount of time they're spending setting up.
These teams just keep engaging through white room. Eventually it's going to get old. It's very difficult to get through this tight choke as pressure around the side. H-Key needs to get in position for a pulse. Threatening it there. Throws it in. Lucio does not get hit by it. Halo stays alive. Very close to a beat, but Sawhill and Zedman go down before Halo can get close to it. It's a wasted Kitsune Rush, and now it's 84%.
Trying to dispatch the last couple members is Senna that will be able to, in the end, 94%. Any touch is going to be an absolute challenge. I think Halo's the only one who really can, and Poryu playing the window to boot the touch. Sawhill is here. Knockdown low will be dispatched. It might be the beginning of the end here, Toasty.
Yeah, the problem here is that Halo is just a few percent off that sound barrier. They've got it online now, and the overclock is there from X10, but it expires right as this beat does from Poryu. Senna goes down low. Kindred has to play aggro to try and account for that. As Bun gets taken down, no one's there to touch, though. And Chengdu Drainers managed to take that first map very, very closely. If Halo was a bit more efficient on that sound barrier, that could have been a completely different story.
So many different, I feel like, events could have flipped that script.
Yeah.
When all's said and done, eventually it does go into the favor of the Drainers. Super close Overwatch play between both these sides. Okay, that boop is just crazy. Lovely from Halo. Not only the boop itself, but even just the ability to like recognize that as an opportunity to go for it. I mean, super impressive. Speaking of it though, X10 had a fantastic map, especially here on Market. I mean, just fantastic.
Yeah, it's a shame Chengdu Drainers... Well, sorry, it's a shame for X10 that Chengdu Drainers won that map because they played their heart out that first map. But I'm assuming we're going to be seeing more of that as the series goes on regardless. Chengdu Drainers... I mean, they won that by half. And yeah,
why are we doing Z-Man dirty again?
Yeah, we need to stop doing that.
That's just peak. I'd be molding if I was him.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. But yeah, Chengdu Drainers, they don't really have much of a safety net here, right? They've won one map, sure, but it was way too close.
Yeah. I mean, whatever we have next, and I have a sneaking feeling it's going to be Eichenwalder.
Yeah.
It's going to be close. I think we have a pretty fair idea of.
Yeah.
They have options, and I'm getting a crystal ball. We're 4 for 4, man.
Eichenwald, yeah. Looks like the next map, it was called almost immediately after Lijiang was concluded. It's just the map that works best with the Orisa. Why we saw it when they were playing Hog, I don't know. But either way, we get another Eichenwald, and here's the thing. These high grounds are going to benefit X10 so much. I think this is the map where Green Fortnite could really switch things up.
I think normally we have seen Senna seem a little bit more reticent to move towards the Cassidy, but I think she was doing it, at least in that previous. I think just because of wanting to play the more kind of brawly style. Considering how Kindred and Co. are happier to play this RAM, I think it is maybe a weakness for them to not be able to go towards it maybe as much until at least the final, area of the map, in my opinion. So maybe that all kind of does go towards favoring Green Fortnite a little bit. But on the whole, they did look so close in the Orisa comps as well that it could go either way.
Problem is, I think the Orisa comps there for Green Fortnite, they had the right idea. They were putting a lot of pressure on the RAM and forcing out the Nemesis early, especially on Garden. The problem, again, came from the just micro plays, like 5% off on a B or getting yourself booped off mid-fight. with that 2K boop. There's so many micro plays that came through, and that's where I think they just need to brush up a little bit. Chengdu Drainers, I mean, they have talent, you know, like Senna and HK are great players, but an X10 just need to keep up.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, to be fair. Only really thing we can do is wait. And, you know, we are allowed to complain a little bit. 4 for 4, and I can about it, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, come on. I want to see some Midtown. I want to see some Paraiso. Give me content.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, if we get like Paraiso, we get like a monkey mirror. I mean, that'd be peak as hell.
Yeah.
Should have known it wouldn't come through.
I wouldn't mind seeing like a monkey like Diva matchup or something fun.
So
like,
we gotta
saw
get
it in OWCS.
We need to get a Kunoichi Korea branch so we can actually see people play monkey.
Yeah. I mean, listen,
if you're watching,
I want to see
hear us
something
out.
other than Orisa Ram Malga. Right?
Oh, that too as well.
Hog
Yeah.
as well. Let's get rid of those. Can we just delete those heroes from the game?
I feel like we're failing as an EU tournament. No one's looked Ryan yet.
Yeah, where is the Reinhardt? Okay, I will. Okay, actually no. I was gonna say I was gonna say I'd pay someone to play Ryan, but that'd be biased as a caster because that'd be influencing
Yes.
the result of the game.
Also, that would be spending money.
Well, I have.
That's true.
money.
That's true. Toasty's a baller. Heard it here first.
I'm not a baller. I'm not a baller. But either way, we are just waiting for this game to get started. We are waiting on Chengdu Drainers. I'm guessing they're just having a quick little break, discussing stuff. Because to be honest, even if you win a map, you can still discuss why you were so close, where you went wrong, that sort of thing.
I mean, even if you don't, if you're coming into a map you don't have a crazy amount of scrim time in, then you can always like work on some adaptations, right?
Yeah.
You know, exactly sort out where you want to play, how you want to like address your ult cycles, what your target focus is going to be in general. So plenty of room to adapt. So just everything now sorted out. We will be heading in just a second. Remember, it could be the end here. It could be the final map of the day. And it's on Green Fortnite to stop that from being so. Going to be defending here first. I don't imagine there's going to be any real surprises. Again, it's whether Bun's on the Tracer or the Genji. But I think the real wrinkle here is X10 who wants to play the Cass.
Yeah, X10 on the Cass will match up well into HQ on the Echo.
I'm assuming it's trying to read the Echo as well, right?
Maybe, potentially. I'm not sure if they had a buy round last round or maybe watch like previous matches of Chengdu. I don't know. Either way, it's a good prediction, and it depends on if HQ actually locks the Echo here. I'm seeing a Ram, I'm seeing an Echo, and a BAP. I think they are just going to go for a full burst.
This is a playable comp,
yeah,
but what you do is you just shoot frontline the entire time. HQ seems to have given up on the Echo, and I think Tracer's probably a little bit more fair. But flexible. still, the Ram rule is Chengdu Drainer's best composition. I think that it's fair to say that Remarch is probably Kindred's best hero.
Probably. I mean, if they're playing it so much, they're opting for it, you know. See what...
Okay, that's another pick.
Okay, Senna. Not your fault. We can understand. It's X10 just popping off, doing X10 things. And this is the performance. If you can get that every fight out of X10, you're on for winning.
It turns out if your hit scan kills 2 people every fight, you're likely to win.
Yeah.
Shocker, really. I mean, Aramori going to be dispatched last, and back to the drawing board now for the Drainers. They've seen what their opponents are playing, and though likely not a huge surprise for them, still gives them a little bit more information to work with. Senna, not slow, but will be stabled. And Bun, Recall, Castaway, Adrift. There's a opening, a weakness now for Drainers to exploit.
Yeah, like no recall means Bun can't go as aggro as she probably would have. It just means that you're going to have to kite. You just have to wait until Bun has that recall. They do now. So you're going to see a backline push after that Immortality's gone as well. Wait, if the Immortality's gone, this is dangerous actually. Chengdu, not sure why they used it, but Kindred somehow killing off Saw Hill. That's a really good kill. Removes the enemy of Rissa, and you're looking okay now if you're Chengdu.
I imagine this is going to be pretty much everything. You can recontest if you want, and it looks like they will attempt to, but there's so much damage that's going to be coming in. Some Pulse, I'm stuck onto Kindred, but she'll just live.
Well, the thing is, though, it gets rid of the Nemesis armor, right? So you've wasted a bit of sustain from the Nemesis form there as HK goes down. Kindred now getting bullied around by Sawhill a little bit without that Nemesis online. They'll re-aggress with it in just a moment. As High Noon comes through, X10 in the middle of the point? What is that? Just gets bursted down, bit of a waste there, but probably planning to swap.
I would very much assume so. I mean, Halo and Bun still posting frags, but it's just not enough. Great stall. 4.5 minutes though on the time bank, all the same. And we see, looks like no one's making any changes. Green Fortnite are happy with what they're playing, and Chengdu Drainers. Oh, that's true. Z-Man's on the Baptiste, actually. So, again, it's about choosing frontline. I've noticed a couple of times Kindred did drop low, so might have been recognized by Green Fortnite. They might just try and hard punish her.
Yeah, I think with the Baptiste here, I think it's just to mirror Armory and have that immortality field available, because you don't really get the same value out of like a Kiri long term in the fight. And these have been slow fights, you have to admit. So High Noon gonna come through. Senna gets that
X10.
through, forces X10 back into that pulse. That was an accidental synergy of ultimates there, as this Terror Surge is gonna come in now, trying to make a difference. Almost takes down Senna as Anamori gets felled. Bun finds 2, looking for a third here potentially. HK trying to do their best to turn this around as well. As anyone's game, but the spawns should be good here for Chengdu.
That they will, but they are still bleeding kills. Poryu goes down. HK's allowed to survive at least, but they don't really have the space that they would necessarily want. It's tricky for them, but just with high ground, so oppressive, and Z-Man with the window 2 can punish whenever they wish. If I am HK, my job is to force the payload, yes, but it's just incredibly hard. All the attention is on the Tracer whenever she goes to the objective. Now Kindred, at least, is set up, but that's Lampard already for the Drainers.
Well, and Matrix online here if they want to just pressure out, hold angles. Maybe if Soulhill gets caught in a tight spot like that, that's a good time to use it, but you're not healing Soulhill, just putting damage through it. Mirrored and Matrices as well, so a lot of damage coming through onto both sides. Soulhill gets pressured out and Kindred barely stays alive. That is a really crucial trade-off there.
Yeah, if a pick came through from the window of Green Fortnite, then they would have been able to stabilize super easily. Especially using that lamp, from Z-Man that Chengdu couldn't break, then they had a great opportunity there. But lovely cover played, and having a numbers advantage, all Chengdu Drainers had to do was wait. And knowing that when both windows faded, they would have still had an advantage. So great from them. Into the final stretch now, could get in. Oh!
HK tries to get in there. At least it's a immortality field burnt there from Z-Man. Means the mid-fight's going to be a lot harder for Green Fortnite. His X10 with a flank. High Noon finds HK. Bun finds Aramori. That's exactly what you want for Green Fortnite. A DPS killer piece. Granted, it's 2 ultimates, but Chengdu's economy isn't great either.
I really don't think it's too much of an expend at all to use both DPS ults for 2 kills. I mean, Deadeye normally is a tool just to buy space, and while that has value in of itself, then the frags is fine minimal at best. Pulse Bomb as well. I mean, it's a one kill tool and finds its one. Fair enough to him. Drainers now have to think about what they're going to do, because a minute and a half left to go, kind of far from their strong ults. They can, build a fight plan around, building up to this annihilation, right? But Lamp already paused, time getting lower and lower. I'm not loving their odds here.
Yeah, the rotation from Aramori up to the high ground here, using that lamp to get them through, means they have to wait a little bit longer. You're going to get that High Noon speed boost. And actually a good boop onto Soulhill, so that forces out the Javelin Spin, and now the Fortify. Gonna get a Terror Surge up on the high ground, though, finds Senna. Good stuff there, as now Soulhill wants to go aggro, push in, and maybe trying to isolate Kindred off, but that's a mistake. Gets bursted down by an Amp Matrix. Good timing from Aramori, as this Nemesis now comes through as well, just to clean up.
Yeah, no reason to extend the duration of that Nemesis form. Was that a boo? At least no one died from it. But yeah, Cat comes through all the same. Time back extension here for the Drainers, but 2 minutes to go through third point. This is going to get tricky for them. Flip side of things, though, I think this is the best area of the map for their comp, much more broadly. The kind of angles that maybe you'd want to play around if I am Green Fortnite no longer exist. So if I am Kindred and Co, I am feeling confident.
I have just realized, though, that wasn't a Nemesis form from Kindred. That was an Annihilation. Why did they use the Annihilation on 2 people? I don't know. But either way, Pulse comes in. Going to force out that Immortality Field from Z-Man. He gets forced so early in a lot of these team fights. HK goes down. Really good stick there from Bun as Halo does the cleanup work, and at least they get to stabilize it.
That they do. Poryu goes down as well. Minute and a half left to go, and considering the how difficult it is to scale across the bridge, then that's going to burn time off the bank no matter what they do. HK goes for a spawn Widowmaker swap, but not really presented with any head to back over to the Tracer it is. And a lot of work now to do for the Drainers.
Yeah, Chengdu Drainers got to get it all the way to the end of minute 15 on the clock, and only a sound barrier at the moment. Halo has one of their own, but a pause has been called. That is on the side of Chengdu Drainers. So we'll figure out what the issue is there in a second. But at minute 15, It's doable.
It's doable, but at the end of the day, they've already got enough, you know, as it were. They're very deep into the map, so I think that they are still pretty comfortable with what they've done. They would like to increase it. Deadeye can make it tricky.
Okay. Kindred already forced to use a Nemesis, already forced to use the Immortality Field, and Poryu's gonna speed them back, disengage here. It's gonna be Terra Surge in from Sawhill. Really hard committing to that engage, actually. Halo has to use that beat, but Poryu's is already used up. Kindred now forced into a corner, taken down. See, this is the problem. You beat first, you just have worse sustain.
Yeah, I mean, beating first, you need to find a kill. X10 treads air for a while, but able to survive at least. 30 seconds left to go. Chengdu can't leave spawn.
Yeah, I mean, Chengdu, they're going to come out, and they have, an overtime push of 2 team fights to win. And they have the resources to do it, right?
Yeah, that is true. Everything other than the beat, in fact. But the beat of you might be necessary as X10 almost...
What?
That's rough.
Just face tanking the Amp Matrix with 4 people behind it. That is an interesting decision, and it will cost them. So now, Chengdu get their first team fight win out of the aforementioned 2.
That's true. But they still have ults for the next one. Just going to be the window and the beat against the Annihilation. I have to say, in an overtime scenario like this, where no one can really leave, I have to favor Kindred here. All she has to do is not get poked out in the pre-fight, but speaking of, there's a Bastion here to make that as easy as possible.
Yeah, the Bastion through the Amp Matrix is going to just drain everyone on Chengdu Drainers, no pun intended. The Annihilation is in just to try and force some players away as that boot comes through into the middle of the line of fire. It's going to be a hinder onto a Pulse Bomb there as 2 kills come through from Bun anyway, and that will be a hold on third, so it's doable.
I have to say, I think it's a great idea to go to the Bastion for the window, just knowing that you can hard punish Kindred. I also know that if somebody did that to me, I would be fuming.
Just swapping Bastion. Yeah.
Swapping Bastion with a window, yeah. I mean,
that is toxic. That's toxic.
But no, great idea. Does stop the Drainers in their tracks, but they are essentially finishing the map, right? They're a couple of meters away from the actual finish line. In terms of the actual fights you have to get through, then it's about the same, but no chance of extra innings here. Somebody is taking Eichenwalder, and in the next round we will find out who.
Yeah, it's not going to be a draw, so at least today we're not going to see any 4-map series. However, there is a potential for that in the NA bracket, of course, 7 PM EST tonight. However, this is the EU we're looking at now, so we'll see maybe in playoffs if they can get a draw. Because I've always wanted a first to 2 where there's just like 2 draws and it's a 5-map banger. You know?
That would be pretty funny, yeah.
It'd be so funny because it's just not a first to 2 at that point. It's
I can't like the best draws I can think of in Overwatch history is still the Toilet Bowl.
Oh, the Boston Houston game.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, 3 draws, 4-3.
What a map.
That is crazy. If I was playing in that game, I'd be boomed after like the first couple draws.
I would be boomed after just like playing in that game. as well.
I'm sure you would.
So something else before we get back into the game. So that game forced what's his face? I'll bring it up later. Widowmaker, spot out for spawn, won't find anything. So it's for a while. Yeah. So Bun's going to move over to the Tracer, I'd expect. Lots of space taken early with the Green Fortnite.
Where's the Genji? I want the Genji, bud. This is what won you the game. Okay, whatever. We'll see if it comes out a bit later on. Anyway, Kindred already under a lot of flak. Look at that. Has to disengage, give up a ton of space. But Green Fortnite, they're being patient. They're not just forcing that space as soon as they get it. They're trying to rotate around and confuse the Chengdu Drainers here. But it gives time for Kindred to get that Nemesis back up and sustain this engage.
Poke battle going back and forth. HQ though gets caught out, and already the Drainers look to lose this point.
Yeah, see, Drainers could have had the advantage there. I think it was probably a bit too patient to not engage first onto Green Fortnite. There were some resources used by Sawhill earlier on that just weren't capitalized on.
I very much agree there. And as well, because you don't have the Eraser, it means that in terms of actually having that spear to disrupt and take care of rotations, you can't really do that. And so Sawhill and Co are able to just W key in. They have the BAP-C, so what damage they take, pretty temporary, and yeah, we see Kindred back on the Eraser now.
Yeah, so it's going to be an Orisa mirror, which that's new. Well, not new, but it's different from the Ram, which I think is a good decision here. You just want to mirror it. You just want to try and beat him out in the neutral. Good early kill onto HQ, which happens again and again and again, it feels like.
Yeah, Tracer's always tricky, just being so much lower HP than everyone else, and especially when you have so many people looking for any sort of kill. As Tracer, you want to keep your uptime high, and that does mean exposing yourself to danger. Unfortunately, has been on the wrong end of it a couple times, but hopefully this time can find some more value.
Attempt to magnetic grenade the inside of that room. Not sure what that was intended to do, but the good thing is Senna is zoning them all inside that room. Granted, they're able to play safe there for Green Fortnite, but it means that Sawhill can't go too far out of the line of sight and go too aggro. Aramori going to be using that lamp early on. Oh, Z-Man almost gets taken down. See, this is the thing. This high ground needs to be dislodged somehow. You can't just push the cart forever.
It feels like you can if Kindred goes down. Podyu as well means that realistically they just ignored high ground the entire time and Kindred just takes too much damage.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I felt like, you know, from that perspective we were seeing the high ground, it was a super comfortable engage from Chengdu Drainers, but unfortunately the battle down below told a bit of a different story. And now any attempt at a recontest is going to be borderline impossible because you have great area denial ults, you've got this Deadeye, you've got this Terror Surge. This is going to be getting into the third area of the map, Toasty, with an absolutely gargantuan time bank.
This is going to be an insane time bank, at least 5 minutes by the time they cap this. If they cap this here, right? You've got a recontest in from the Chengdu Drainers, a Terror Surge is in. They're going to hold it, they're going to be patient with it. Almost taking down the opposite Orisa there as Kindred is so low.
You get kidnapped.
Yeah, and now it's just a
Whoa.
boop, okay. I mean, it's a consolation kill at least.
Chance.
Oh, wait! H-Key? What are you doing? Can you 1v2 this, potentially? Nah, there's no way. Okay. That was close, though. Like, 3 kills from HQ there? Crazy.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of a pause at least. So here into the final stretch of the map, I have to say, I think maybe if I am Kindred, I'd be thinking about going back over to the Ramatra. It's just been a lot more comfortable for you. Orisa maybe hasn't been as bountiful as you'd expect. Now, 4.5 minutes, maybe 2 fights to get through. This is tricky. At best, that's stick.
Okay, that was, yeah. That was a tricky one. The thing is, you can't go back to the Ram now. You have Orisa ult, and that's your only ult, but it finds 2! Okay, Zedman, Halo, they go down. Kindred will be felled for, you know, their efforts, but it doesn't matter. You trade out the Orisas here, and it's Green Fortnite that actually get an extra kill on the
I don't think it matters. I would assume. Yeah, she gets staggered and close to spawns here for Drainers anyway. I mean, at the best of times, it means that Green Fortnite have an easier time, you know, getting up to the kind of mound area of the map. Only winning out with that one ult, though, super comfortable for the Drainers. Yeah, Kindred back over to her favorite Ramatra. You've got Window, you've got Pulse Bomb. Not a bad scenario to start a defense from. She gets kidnapped again!
Kindred, how does this keep happening? Kindred almost goes down, staying alive through that block as that amplification matrix comes through, just trying to sustain them. But Pulse Bomb, nice, onto Z-Man. HQ just needs to find a couple more kills in the back here. Finds Halo, looking to clean up onto X10 as well, but backs off.
Tricky spot. It would be nice to stagger the Tracer, but HQ knows better than to overextend like that.
Yeah.
And so it's an awkward deadlock, but at the end, when the dust settles, it is still Chengdu Drainers who are defending. Minute and a half, knocked off the time bank, but still 3 left to go.
Look at the ult economy. You need to take a slow fight, but Green Fortnite are not going to let you. They're just hiding you in. They take down Poryu. No chance of a sound barrier now as Senna needs to try and build an overclock, but...
You need to live here.
Yeah,
you have one more recontest. It doesn't matter what you do as long as somebody gets on the objective. If this fight goes long, Senna has an OC. You almost got a beat as well. This has to be what you build your fight around.
Kindred stalling allows time for Senna to get in with that overclock. Pulse Bomb thrown in, doesn't find the kill. Senna needs to get a kill with the overclock as HQ finds Sawhill. Beat is in, Poryu gets it just in time. Senna clutches up with a 3k! And that is exactly what you needed for Chengdu Drainers to get back in this.
Yeah, been a little bit quieter. Has to take it back to HQ in this final stretch of the map, but all it takes is an overclock for the hit scan of the Drainers to come alive once more. And I mean, saving the Drainers from an early grave here on Icon Valley again extends play. 2 minutes left to go. We're halfway through the time bank. The Green Fortnite had accrued, and they are struggling to find value. Bun over to the Genji. We said we wanted to see this Toasty. We'll see if it's finally the key that unlocks this particular challenge.
Yeah, we shall see. Again, the ult economy isn't great here for Drainers. They're going to have an Out Matrix. They have to build up an Annihilation off of that, but this is last fight, literally. I mean, you lose this and it's over, so got to keep Senna alive, but you can't. X10 finds that kill. Bun is now in on the Genji as well, putting pressure on Aramori, who's used that Ant Matrix, but Kindred unable to sustain long enough to get this annihilation, and that appears to be it. Green Fortnite, take Eichenwald and take us to a map 3.
Yeah, lovely play there from Green Fortnite, recognizing that as long as they disrespect the window, it has no real value on them, right? You run past it, and you can't actually get that amplification through. As well as that, Senna just gets picked early on, and that means that kind of hit scan pressure, the hero who saved them previously, can't be leveraged once again. So we are 1-on-1 here. We did think it would go this way, but the attempt, I feel like the reverse sweep as well, just had us maybe a little bit excited there, but since it's been cleaned up, Green Fortnite extend to play once more, and so we will be seeing Flashpoint.
Yeah, Flashpoint as our deciding map. I hate Flashpoint so much. Like, it's fun to play, but casting it is just so confusing because and this is just a bit of technical stuff. The replay viewer, or what like the spectator,
spectator client,
it doesn't tell you where the point is.
Oh yeah, no, that is terrible.
So you just have to guess based on where they're moving.
Just use my vibes.
Yeah, but either way, it will be a fun one, I think, because it's now going to be on even footing. There's no defense, offense, you know, whether your team is more suited to either one of those. It is just, you're going to clash in the middle on Flashpoint and just see who wins the brawl. And
normally on Flashpoint, it is more of a Orisa-centric map. You can play Ram. It is a little bit trickier, but I have to say, if I had to put money on it, I'd say this maybe does favor Green Fortnite a little bit more. So can get awkward between these two sides, but it really could go either way. Again, kind of curious to see where they decide to go next. Remember, we spoke about why against Green Fortnite, maybe picking Suravasa isn't as likely as into maybe other teams, but we haven't seen that much Genji today. So it's still a possibility. It's still on the table. Bun still could get the opportunity to play the Cyborg Ninja. Only time will tell, and time has indeed told. 8-Ball has revealed to us that Suravasa is coming up next.
Yeah, Suravasa is the map we're going to be playing, so it's not going to be the same New Junk City from before. I don't dislike the Genji here. I think if Bun wants to play it, you can play it. I don't dislike it on really any Flashpoint map, New Junk City or Suravasa. I think here it's going to be more about, like, for example, there's a point, again, I forget the name of it, where you've got that like top high ground in the middle of the point, right? The long one. You know what I'm talking about. Where it's like the point is elevated and there's two big doorways. Anyway, you can use
the first one.
Yes.
Okay. Got it in the end.
Yeah, that one. This one right here we're looking at.
You play the high grounds on market here, is what Toasty meant to say.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I just can't remember this market.
Honestly, what kind of caster that didn't memorize all the names of Flashpoint?
Why would I?
Because
it's a
so you can talk
game
about what
mode.
Flashpoint you're playing.
It's a bad game mode.
To be fair, I don't disagree, but it's in the game now.
You're gonna play it. Shouldn't be. That's just my opinion. Overwatch devs,
Okay, so actually my take about the maps. Firstly, Clash, not good. And also with Flashpoint and Push, I don't mind them actually, but we do need to see a little bit more maps, right? Only having the choice between two for a decider makes it a little bit tricky. I'd love to have 5-6 options, and whether it takes developing a lot less control maps for a while, then love to see it. Comps are out. It is the Ram, of course, for the Drainers. No Genji for Bun. The Tracer are going to be good enough for her.
Yeah, I think the Tracer is fair here. You want to mark H-Key. H-Key can be dangerous if kept unchecked. So,
well, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, H-Key just finds Zedman off the start. That's just going to be a disengage from Green Fortnite, or at least a hard reset.
Xen's flirting with the idea of trying to get a trade. She has a full railgun charged up, but elects not to let it fly, so no pick comes through, and because H gets just a quick assassination onto the backline, it's Drainers who cap first. Because it's given up so quickly, though, for Green Fortnite, they have, I believe, 2 more attempts to recontest if they take it at a decent pace, so not the end of the world for them just yet.
Yeah, I'm just worried about this this cast versus this Sojourn H-Key. Finds Bun again, and this is the thing. If you're going to be playing the Sojourn here, you don't have the same sort of preventative power that the cast has against the enemy Tracer. X10 will find a kill onto Poryu to attempt to retake this. Sawhill goes down, so you lose your Orisa. it's hard to say you wins this, but without an Orisa, it's going to be hard for them.
I think they've got tank, they've got BAP, they've got hit scan alive. That's definitely the core of what you need. Other picks a little bit less valuable, and though these trades go back and forth, Aramori fooling makes it awkward, but it's still deathmatch. On the point, it's still Chengdu Drainers with control of the point. We're up to 80% now, folks. Seaman's still respawning. Many people can't touch for Green Fortnite, so they can get overtime started. Would it be a full 5? Absolutely not. So they have to elect whether it's worth it. They need to make a decision, and they want to rip it.
Okay, trying to... Oh! Okay, nice little bait of Kindred around the side there. Who's up next to touch, though? It's going to have to continue being the Orisa. Now you've got players returning as Bun. Going to get in, try and throw in the pulse bomb. Good stick. Forces the immortality. Can they finish off Aramori now? Doesn't elect to. Kindred goes in with the Annihilation, finds nothing with it. Just literally no one there. And now the overtime, going to keep burning away. You need to stay on this point, Green Fortnite, but I don't think Chung do have a chance of winning this.
You don't have Kindred alive anymore, so you need a DPS to find a miracle pick, or you need to reset, and it looks like they elect to do the latter. It's going to be cleaned up by Sawhill. Great play from Green Fortnite. Lovely job of towing it on the point. They know that they can't actually force a kill until they're back as many as possible, so they send Sawhill, Bun to continue to get overtime, burning down while mitigating as much damage as they can. And, once they find Kindred as a bit of a weakness, I believe she got pulse bombs, isolated, and eventually taken down. Regressing now, only the beat online, so ult advantage is in favor of Green Fortnite, and up to 50% already. It could be an absolute steal here for the side of Green Fortnite.
Plan here for Chunky Drainers, force an ult or two. That's all you need to do. Don't even use your own sound barrier. Halo finds HK. Seems very unlikely that they're going to be forcing any ultimates now. HK out of the fight.
I mean, even if they survive, I'm not sure. They have to survive here, sorry. If they do, then they'll have one more attempt to fight. But even that is... Oh, chase down. Lovely Terror Surge. They're just having absolutely a terrible day.
Again, wear this, to be fair.
It was. It was great decision making here from the side of Green Fortnite, just cleaning up the remaining members. And because of great decision making, some great staggering, a little bit of ring around the rosies as well. Green Fortnite have the lead here on Saravasa, onto Gardens next by the looks of things.
Yeah, so it's going to be Chunky Drainers getting there later as well because they were staggered out so late there. They're not able to take a starting fight here too quickly. They have to bide their time a little bit. And again, they used the beat last fight. So they're not going to have a chance to really force any ultimates using the beats. And the ult economy is just not in their favor. Like, you've got to rely on a kill somewhere. HK needs to kill something, right? That's what you're relying on. X10 finds Senna, so Senna's gone down. You've got a Sojin just firing through an Outmatrix. That's your team fight over. The beat wasn't needed, though, I don't think.
I do agree with that. I do also think it's worth mentioning, though, that HK has been really the only member of Chengdu Drainers who's been, really active here. Yeah. 2 first kills, and yeah, that is fantastic. That is often enough for some maps, but when your team's this absent, then you just need to keep repeating it, unfortunately. And we haven't really seen that same level of success. I think Kindred's getting bullied time and time again. Their ult coming has been so far behind for so long that even now, after 3 ults spent, they're still behind. Overclock, Pulse Bomb, they're just getting blended here.
Not behind anymore though, because look, that was a super quick fight. As long as they don't stagger, which they're doing a little bit. I was going to say, if they don't stagger, they can actually get a quick team fight back, maybe get a second one after that. But
they have one fight, but it has to be... It's an ult advantage a little bit. Annihilation is going to be a hell of a lot stronger than this Terror Surge. That is true. But equally, Green Fortnite don't have to sit on the objective if they want. They can push forward. They can make it as hard as possible.
Yeah, I think Kindred needs to just wait a second, get the Annihilation up, maybe force some pressure onto Sawhill, who's already used that fortify. There we go, Annihilation in! That's a lovely spear. It doesn't matter, they still get back in, deal a bit of damage off of that Sawhill under so much pressure, and the Nemesis now invested just to make good on that. But Kindred gets forced back. With HK out of the fight, you lose the killing power to finish off Sawhill there. And 2 points up on Flashpoint with 0% towards Chengdu. It's dire straits.
They're just not staying in fights long enough to build into their ultimates, I think. And because of that, then their opponents can, even if they are spending their ults in relatively negative manners, they're just not winning out these ult trades. HK gets a lovely pick here, almost necessitated. But she still has to live now, because if she goes down, then all that hard work will be for nothing. Drainers with a numbers advantage here, almost on the full mirror. They have to win here.
I mean, it's got to be a reverse sweep here on Flashpoint, which is going to be crazy if they pull it off. They have initial access to the point here. And doesn't look like Green Fortnite are going to contest that by any means. They're going to give up some percentage, get a better engagement.
That makes entirely enough sense. Deep into the backline is this tank of Sawhill. Window forces the main sightline. Already spaced on the point. Lovely beat.
Both support ults used there by Chengdu, but for good reason. Sawhill could have done a lot of damage there as, you know, Zedman uses theirs as well, so it's not all for nothing.
Yeah, double kill comes through. Giving up a cap here would be a little bit embarrassing, and yeah, not to be. So when the dust settles, it is the Drainers who are in control. Ult's pretty well played for them. A little bit negative trade, but you kind of need to just to get first cap here. Losing out the Kitsune Rush, fair enough. Be behind. You have Overclock though, and set up defensively like this, pushing into it is going to be incredibly tricky. They have no counter tools to it. Do Green Fortnite, but a crazy aggressive move, maybe sliding up their own Overclock with a beat, for example. So it's all on Senna here. Everything builds around how Senna is able to work this OC.
Senna, the overclock, procs it very, very early. X10 around the side, looking for a flank, uses the overclock, going for a much more aspirational play than Senna did, as a Terror Surge comes through but doesn't finish off X10. Sawhill will fall, but it's not enough. X10, the clutch play there. And now, 0 to 100, 2 or 3 team fights.
That was a crazy push. We got a replay of it as well. I mean, we spoke about using the beat and the overclock combo because it allows you to just slide in, don't worry about your cooldowns, just focus on your shots. But yeah, we get to see the replay there. You look at the scenario now, and Drainers have nothing. The bank is empty, but the same is at least true of Green Fortnite. Positional advantage and a pulse bomb as well, though, means that I'm not feeling too great about the chances of the Drain. It has to be a railgun. Maybe HE can find an opening pick as well, but odds for that seeming dire, slim at the best of times. They managed to get the objective.
You need a kill. You need a neutral kill. But Kindred just goes down first. Chengdu Drainers lose another fight. They have now one fight to try and turn this around and then make a reverse sweep happen.
And they need to not stagger here as well. Doesn't matter if they all need to get off the map. I mean, Senna going down, absolute tragedy.
No.
And that
They're
is
gonna spawn
often,
camp.
yeah, they can get as close as possible. 25% left to go. I mean, it's going to have to be an 80 or a pull you touch and pull you under pressure. Same as Aramori, but Bun at least able to back. This is all given enough ult charge for Z-Man to charge into a Kitsune Rush. This action's back on, folks.
That's a great kill, but can they touch? Yes, they can. Okay, someone is on the point. I'm not sure who at this exact moment. But Chengdu Drainers, they're getting back into this now. They just need to stay alive. H-Key and Kindred low on HP. Aramori uses the Kitsune Rush to try and sustain a little bit longer. Senna gets a kill onto Zedman, removing the sustain from Sawhill, who dies next. That's exactly what you needed. The Chengdu Drainers will manage to get this specific point, but 2 more to go.
Well, that was about as hard as can be, but in the end, they do get their first flashpoint. And, you know, you look at what the first flashpoint was like, where they were so comfortable until it all kind of went tipsy-turvy, then total reversal, right? I mean, H get an aggressive duel, has health pack control, sorry.
That's a terrible time to pause.
Oh, I'd be so frustrated. I would be absolutely mad if I was H-Key. This duel's still ongoing, though, able to disengage, and it will be a deadlock between these two players. Awkward scenario, only not the Kitsune Rush active for Green Fortnite, and for the side of Chengdu Drainers, this overclock could have come in a slow fight, but the lack of a Kitsune again will hurt. So advantage for Fortnite.
Yeah, as usual,
that
right?
Pulse was crazy.
It's been behind on ult economy this whole time. That pulse was an attempt, but it didn't hit, so it's dead unfortunate there. Got a pulse in now. That's a successful one as Sawhill takes out Senna with the Terror Surge. 2 ultimates used there to get this cap through. Just need to clean up pretty quickly, to be honest, because Chengdu can stall us out a little bit.
Yeah, but they have no real reason to. If I'm Chengdu Drainers, I'm just going to die as fast as possible. Doesn't really matter when the first player dies, just when the last one does, because you're not dying on objective, not contesting anything, so it's just about getting that a recontest as quickly as possible. Poyu, Aramori, going to be a little bit slower, at least they are a little bit faster than, for example, a Kindred, but still not the greatest scenario there. Pulse to Force Cleanse was exactly what it was, great trade, and it means that there is no cleanse for the Terror Surge of Sawhill. 30% accrued here, 2 fights here at the best of times for Chengdu. We'll see if they can make it happen here.
Terror Surge in, deals a bit of damage to Sawhill there. It's both beats online now. X10, though, going to get a lot of value off this overclock after they expire. You just got to wait it out if you're Chengdu. Now, we engage with Senna's overclock to try and get something out of this. But where's the kills? Where's the shots?
They have no angles.
Yeah.
They are literally just like shooting each other, stacking as 5, because it's choke advantage.
Where's the rotate?
They don't need to do anything.
They could have rotated there around the side to try and get a better angle. They're going to aggress in now. Chungu Drain is in a bit of a better angle with that Kitsune rush on board. Senna's in a spot of trouble here, though. Getting destroyed by Halo. Doesn't matter. HK and Aramori find kills apiece. And again, 0 to 100 here.
That was such an NA fight.
Real.
Honestly, just
Real.
like, actually, I think we've all seen the aid copy pasta at this point, but just stacking those 5, spamming damage down main, and hoping that a headshot is found. None comes through, but in the end, Chungu Drain has happened across an ult advantage. A Kitsune Rush unmirrored. But that means that this Terror Surge now from Soul Hill finds no remit. So it has to be a pulse run from HK if they don't want this Terror Surge to rip them to shreds, nor a railgun from Senna. Neutral fights haven't been particularly favourable to the Drainers, but now it has to be.
Gotta wait for the Suzu here, I think,
Before
before you use the pulse. No! Poryu and HK just off on the side. They get isolated out, and what is Kindred gonna do now with just Aramori? Just gonna have to heal bot and hope that Kindred can get this Terror Surge up to make a clutch play happen. Doesn't matter, Sawhill uses one of their own forces out the choke. Aramori and Kindred fall, and Chengdu Drainers, they fought so valiantly on Flashpoint, but Green Fortnite take it quite dominantly.
That they do, and reverse sweep in the series. Remember how it looks, when Chongdrainer started playing this Ramatra, on Control Center and on Gardens, and that was an entirely different story. Green Fortnite, look, they did not have a clue. But, given a little bit of time to discuss between maps, adjust between maps, then it's a different story entirely. On Iconval, on Flashpoint, and X10, just emboldened. It feels like the later we've got into the day, into the series. Let's go for the most crazy plays possible, and of course we're going to do Z-Man like this again.
Oh, goodness. I mean, there's just been so many... There's so many plays across the series, individuals, that made this possible,
It's been a super exciting day. I feel like every game we've had has been incredibly, full of action. No real boring ones at all. Every single game has had a hint of culture, a hint of class, and... Okay, HE just gets destroyed there.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been a fun series. It was a close one as well, right? Chengdu Drainers, they go up 1, they have a bit, maybe some overconfidence, I think, they're going into Iconvold. Really bites them in the backside, and then that Flashpoint ult economy lost them 2 points on its own, right? This is the problem with, I would say the problem with, like, push and control and Flashpoint.
Yeah.
If you are behind on ult economy, that snowballs. That snowballs, half the map worth. I mean, there was 2 points given up because of ult economy. That's wild.
It's just absolutely crazy being on the back foot for that long. Unfortunately, you need a hero at that point, and unfortunately none came through, really.
Yeah,
so
you had some plays from Senna and HK, but not enough, unfortunately. And that's a look at the draw. Sometimes you just can't make a play happen in the moment.
Unfortunately, that's just how it works, especially when you're playing these kind of more hyper carry based compositions.
Yeah.
When it is kind of Tracer Sojourn. Like, there's so much you can do with your macro, but at the end of the day, if your DPS don't kill things, you can't do all that much. It's super rough. Unlike something more, broadly goatsy, where it is a little bit more based around just investing cooldowns, being in the right place at the right time. So, kind of did come back to bite them in the behind a little bit here. So it will end up Green Fortnite get a win, and I believe that will make them probably #1 seed. I think we are still waiting for every match to be reported, so we might not have the full kind of lay of the land, as it were, until later on in the day or perhaps tonight. But if I had to guess, I'd probably say, Green Fortnite #1 towards the bottom, probably Oyas, who have struggled. They've played some fantastic Overwatch, but the goofy style is goofy for a reason.
Yeah, what I'm interested in is who got eliminated, right? Because either way, all 4 of these teams, well, all 4 of these teams, are going through to that playoff bracket, right? And what you're going to be looking at is that team that just got eliminated just barely, whether it was a close game or whether it was a wash. Either way, I think it'll be interesting to see. I wouldn't... See, it's hard to say. I think it might be Oyas.
Yeah, like I said, that's kind of my guess, but of course, we have to wait for all the results to be reported.
Yeah.
Multiple games played off-stream, of course, 4 of them, so in those, we have no idea what happened. I have to say, though, I feel like we got the good ones on broadcast. We've had some absolute bangers. I mean, this match between Oyas and Chillionaires, I don't think we'll see much like it again for a hot second. It just requires a collection of 10 players so unlikely they almost never get into the same server together, right?
Yeah. And the thing is about some of these games today as well, in general.
Oh, God. This 1v1. Karma, bro.
What was this, man? What was the Hog game? Can we just talk about this for a second? Why did we have just 2 teams just agree unanimously? Hog.
The voices in their head got to them.
Yeah, but like I go into rank and I don't think, oh, I'm gonna lock hog this game. I think, oh, I want my SR. I'm gonna, sorry, my.
I go into rank and I go, I'm unlocking Doomfist, and then I play Doomfist.
But then you go 15-2, like you did today, right? At like 2 a.m.
He was playing ranked at 2 a.m. Absolutely not.
These players, I mean, some of them are going into the NA bracket tonight.
Oh god,
right?
yeah, that's true.
Speaking of NA bracket tonight, 7 p.m. EST. Don't want to miss that.
Should be an exciting one. I mean, a hell of a lot more teams are playing in that bracket, and of course, a lot of these same teams are going to be playing it once again. So there should be a rematch between, for example, these two rosters, Chengdu Drainers and Green Fortnite, going to be playing again, very likely. So all this action going to be on in just a couple minutes. Oh, I don't know how long American time is. I'm not.
Yeah, it'll be like an
45
hour or 2.
minutes,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
Probably.
something like that.
But time zones aren't really.
American times. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
EU is better. That's
Of
why all
course.
the Americans came over to EU.
Yeah, exactly.
Like our region.
Okay, we also sent a team over.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't really intentional. that was on sketchy.
Yeah, from the whole of them.
Forgetting that there's an EU bracket.
Yeah, we love you guys, really. We're not that toxic.
Anyway, that has been it from us. I mean, it's been a blast Spectrian. 4 very action-packed games. And yeah, 7 p.m. HT tonight in about 45 minutes, like you say. Be there for the NA games. We'll give you probably a recap of the EU standings as well. So make sure you don't miss it. It's there in 45 minutes. We'll see you.